Hello and welcome to the pre-show of another day of LCK playoffs here at Spring 2023. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox and Wolf today. This is going to be a really fun one. We do have, of course, Gen G, who is waiting here in round 2 for Hanwha Life Esports, who actually were able to upset DK and make it to the next round. What do you guys think about this current situation?
Yeah, I feel like if DK had just gone through, I feel like I would have been pretty confident on Gen G based on how DK's form was towards the end of the split. But Hanwha just, I don't know how to quantify it, but there's something there, and it's hard to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of echo the same thoughts. I feel like we've seen so many close upsets so far this playoffs already that it's very difficult to predict, although myself, I'm leaning towards the more quantifiable Gen G at the moment.
Yeah, it does feel like they're the favorites coming into this one, but who knows? We've already had near upsets and also the upset with Hanwha Life Esports themselves. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket first and show how this all started.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like yesterday was a big day, which was crazy. The fact that KT nearly took down T1, but obviously on this side of the bracket, Hanwha Life, a 3-1 as well. I feel like a lot of people were expecting that if Hanwha Life to come out, it would have been much closer, but also the entire predictions from the Korean side and us was for DK.
Yeah, so this can be kind of confusing if you're used to looking at upper-lower brackets. The winner will face off against T1, of course, and then the loser faces off against HLE. It's not that the winner faces KT and the loser is eliminated. It's a double elimination bracket, so just to make that clear for everybody, both of these teams will advance. They just will not be advancing to the top side of the bracket. Only the winner will do so.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first, well, yesterday, I guess, was the first day where we did start this double elimination bracket, so KT lost, but they've got a second chance here. Excuse me, still getting over yesterday. But yeah, they've got a second chance here in the lower side of the bracket, T1 waiting on the upper side, so we'll have to see who does make it through. Let's take a look at the head-to-head record between these two teams, because it has been a little bit one-sided, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you really want to grab this and scroll up like you're scrolling through a Twitter feed, you could start looking at the Samsung versus Rocks history between these two teams. That might look a little bit better, but in terms of since 2021, it has been extremely Gen G favored, of course, and a lot of this is because Gen G has had the stronger rosters across the years.
Yeah, I think generally Hanwha haven't had nearly as strong performances within the LCK in terms of placement, so not too surprising. But I think when it's all laid out like that, it's pretty rough to see from the Hanwha perspective. So it definitely seems, in an organizational perspective, to be quite one-sided.
Yeah, definitely has been a little bit of an issue for them, but Hanwha Life have had their moments from time to time, from year to year. Let's take a look at the specific jungle matchup as well, because this one is very interesting. Peanut, you would expect to be ahead, but actually, Clid has been on some really strong teams.
Yeah, I mean, Clid's time across T1 and Gen G, especially in 2021, was extremely dominant, so you can see the matchups here that are very Clid favored, except recently, right? And recent form is what matters most. I would say Peanut less dominant than he was in summer season this spring as well, but definitely giving the edge because even though he's had his errors and mistakes this season, he has been way more consistent than Clid has throughout spring.
Yeah, I feel like since Clid went to the LPL and had a pretty rough performance there on FPX, hasn't been quite in the same form we've seen from him historically, and it definitely means he has to step up if he wants to match Peanut.
It's definitely going to be one of the big question marks for today. You know, Klid, he looked serviceable, like pretty decent in their match against DK, but I feel like every other player around him was really overperforming, so they kind of like, everybody got across the line together. So we'll just have to wait and see who's going to come out ahead there. Peanut looking really fantastic at the beginning of the year, but actually having some big slip-ups from time to time, and I'm just hoping that he can kind of just stay solid for this matchup. Let's take a look at the points of the match, though, for this one, because we have a very nice big video for you guys to get over.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most hyped things we do in playoffs is actually to break down these points of the match. Who's going to take a step closer to the grand finals? Gen.G, historically, one of our big 3 teams in the LCK, them losing to HLE here in this first round would be so uncharacteristic of them. Notice their extremely high results here since 2020. Runner-up, playoff round 2, runner-up, playoff round 2 again. And these are the old playoff formats where that's top 4, runner-up, champion. Like, their recent success has been way stronger than what we've seen from HLE.
Yeah, I mean, if HLE end up winning this series, this will be their best playoff performance yet. I mean, obviously, the format is different now, so it doesn't necessarily compare 1-to-1, but only one other time where they've gone to playoff round 2 in their entire history.
Yeah, it is massive. The top matchup is going to be one that we're really excited to look at here. I feel like Kingen has made some flashier plays mostly throughout the season. His finals MVP, right? But nobody can deny that Doran's performance here at the end of the season, in particular his Gragas performance here, which we are going to take a closer look at, has been phenomenal. I think this play in particular is what pushed a lot of people over the edge to vote him for top 3 for All-Pro.
Yeah, I mean, this was obviously a big flashy play. I don't think that he's always the most noticeable player on this roster, but I do feel like his performance has been pretty consistent and he's been reliable for the team when they've needed him.
Now, Kingen has played a lot of best of 5s in his career, obviously most notably in Worlds, where he had a fantastic record there. Notice he's 6-3 in best of 5, so a lot of experience for this guy here on his side of the rift.
Yeah, and talking about the mid matchup, I feel like Chovy again has been such a consistent force in the LCK, able to constantly drive huge numbers when it comes to stats. And when you want someone to pop off in the mid lane, he is definitely a player who can consistently do that. We've had moments like that throughout this split.
Yeah, and both of these players, Chovy and Zeka, have had phenomenal Yones in particular, which is so popular right now with a lot more AP junglers in the meta. The Nidalee, that's still a possibility. Of course, the Elise makes this pick so much stronger. But Chovy is just constantly pushing the meta forward. The first player to play the Cassante mid, we did see from Faker yesterday. And this guy is a meta changer.
I think it's going to be super interesting, the fact that both do lean heavily on these melee mids in the current meta, because we could see these picks contested, we could see both of them having huge pop-up performances on them. And Zeka, I feel like, hasn't had a stellar season so far, but his playoff performance has been absolutely phenomenal. Catching out Deft on the Yone in that final game of the series to drive them to the win.
Yeah, it's the clutch performance that we saw from these solo laners in Worlds when they were on DRX, right? That you know you can trust in these best of 5s. It's that experience, it's that lack of fear, I think, when it matters most. So now they've gotten to the point where it's double elimination, so a little bit less fear is #1 in solo kills here as well. The Silas pick, a little bit less relevant these days, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I kind of feel the vibe. It's like, you know, at school when there's that person who'd kind of like slack off for the whole year, and then they'd come to exams and they'd just turn up and ace it and get an A. It kind of gives that vibe. Where King and Zeka, like, when the stakes came in that series, they were just, it just seemed like different players. It's not that they were bad during the regular season, but we kind of saw that shine that they had during their Worlds run.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that now we're getting into best 5s, we're getting into double elimination. We saw how insanely close it was yesterday and how great the games were. I feel like, you know, HLE Esports, Gen.G, like Gen.G are the favorites, but it's hard to say. Like, maybe HLE Esports come in here and upset. Maybe it goes to 5 games and super hype again. That's really what I just want to have, is some great League of Legends, of course. But we can take a look at the team stats as well between these two.
Yeah, what's really interesting is you'll notice that the control of objectives here is much better for Gen.G, but it's late game objectives where you see HLE actually find their success. So yeah, they have a low Dragon percentage for a team that made it this far into playoffs. They have a low Baron percentage, but they will actually win fights on these objectives even if they don't secure them. And that's kind of their late game MO. And that's why it's so hard to quantify HLE, because you're like, oh, these drafts are weak. Oh, the early game wasn't great. But you get to the late game, they front to back with Viper, and they are so decisive in those late game fights that even while behind, you can never count this team out.
Which is honestly part of the reason why, if felt like they were one of the teams who could take down T1 because T1 obviously super controlled in the early game. They're going to get a lead from what we saw in them in the regular season, but then it sometimes just doesn't matter. It feels like you have the right draft, you have the advantage you should need in the early game, and then Hanwha just bring out this banger team fight that kind of turns it all on its head.
You guys were mentioning some of the bot laners, some of the AD carries. I think we should get into our key player matchup, which is, of course, FaZe versus Viper. A couple of guys that were voted at the top of the All-Pro standings. Myself kind of voting FaZe pretty high, but Viper extremely strong in his own right.
And I mean, FaZe is breaking records in his rookie split here, but what's so impressive to me about Viper is he's matching so many of these numbers while FaZe spent most of the season in top 3 with an incredible winning record. We were living in a world where Gen.G were so close to actually, losing that top 2 spot, but they are a top 2 team in the LCK. Meanwhile, Viper's putting up some of the same numbers in losing games, and that to me is just incredible.
Yeah, it feels like both, though, if you get them to the point where they have the lead, are reliable enough to carry. I think that's what they've displayed so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Gen.G have a really interesting style where it's like, okay, we are going to play around getting this guy a massive blockade of big tanky boys, and we're just going to play Zeri, or we're just going to play some hyper carry or something like that. Let's take a look at this big CG we got for Life, because as we had for BDD yesterday, Life is nearing 3,000 assists here as a support player who's been around for a very long time.
Look at the big champion pool he has here, actually. You can see his win rate is quite high on some of these smaller sample size picks, but if you look at his top 5 assists, you've got the Braum, Tom Kench, Rakan, Leona, and Yuumi, 5 champions that do very completely different things. I think this guy has got an insanely wide champion pool. He will be somebody who experiments. His Jarvan that you see here as well, he was the guy who pushed that one forward. He played set support a ton when he was on KT Rolster. He's just a super wide champion pool player. I'm trying to put this in better words, but like
he's a wide people happy.
He's a wide people happy. No, he's gonna find a way into every single meta. Is what I'm really getting at here.
And I think that's big because we, for a long time, had kind of like the Leona Nautilus meta, which kind of dominated. But we've had it shift a lot recently, right? We've had things like the Ashe come in, the Heimer, it started to shift back to these engaged champions. If you're a player who has like a specific pool of champions you're good on, that's like the engagers or the enchanters, you can struggle to keep up. And I feel like having that wide pool is such a benefit when we've seen the meta shift consistently.
Yeah, and it's best of 5s too, so you never know what's going to happen in game 4 or, game 2. Maybe they pull out something crazy in game 1, like we saw KT and Keen doing with the Malphite recently. Let's take a look at a coach interview, though, and see what they had to say about this upcoming matchup.
네, 안녕하세요. 젠지 스포츠팀의 감독을 맡고 있는 스코어 고동빈입니다. 사실 진출을 100% 예상은 못했고요. 그래도 어느 정도 변수가 있어서 충분히 올라올 수 있는 팀이라고 생각하고 있었습니다. 이번에 좀 준비하면서 연습이 어느 정도 잘 된 것 같아서 좀 자신 있는 편입니다. 정규 시즌 때도 개막전부터 해서 그렇게 긴장하는 모습이 안 보였기 때문에 다전제에서도 똑같이 긴장하지 않을 거라고 믿고 있습니다. 아무래도 상대팀이나 저희 팀이나 10명 선수 모두가 다 잘한다고 생각해서 변수를 가장 일으킬 수 있는 정글러가 가장 견제된다고 생각하고 있습니다. 저희가 이긴다면 3대 0으로 이길 것 같아서 3대 0이라고 하겠습니다. 잠실 꼭 가고 싶고 잠실에서 경기할 수 있도록 오늘 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 감독 젠지 최인규입니다. 더 많은 다전제를 경험할 수 있어서 좋은 경험인 것 같아요. 항상 D+ 기아전도 그랬듯이 젠지에 맞춰서 전략을 준비했습니다. 피넛 선수가 아무래도 지금 메타에 조금 잘 맞는다고 생각을 해서 피넛 선수가 제일 경계되는 것 같습니다. 그래도 클리드 선수가 얼마나 잘 해주냐에 따라서 게임이 편하거나 좀 길게 갈 것 같습니다. 희망사항은 3대 0인데 그래도 냉정하게 한 3대 1이나 3대 2 정도 생각하고 있습니다. 다전제를 많이 하는 것도 좋지만 그냥 2번 해가지고 결승전 가도록 하겠습니다. 하나생명 화이팅!
So there you have it from the coaches. Pretty balanced takes, I would say. Score saying the jungle is the most important role. I don't think that's too surprising coming from the man himself. But what was your guys' takes from that?
I mean, I thought it was kind of hilarious that Dandy was basically being extremely honest. Like, could be easy, it could be hard, depending on how Clint plays. I think that's kind of everyone's concern with a lot of these best of 5s with HLE.
Yeah, I think it is telling that both put the emphasis on the junglers, though. I feel like, especially when both teams have standout carries who can take your game over the finish line, it is going to be about how the game starts, how you're able to allocate those resources and get ahead. So I think that matchup in particular, especially when occasionally they've both had some shaky moments, is going to be huge.
Speaking of getting ahead, Blue Side has a very high win rate, and Gen.G have selected Blue Side here, which is not too surprising. They have selected Red Side in the past, but I think nowadays teams are more so leaning blue.
My take is, considering how HLE uses counter picks really well and how they like to draft for Viper even on red side, I actually think that we could see HLE continue to play on red side, and we'll have multiple games where it's Gen.G blue and Hanwha Life Esports on red, even if Hanwha Life Esports lose game 1, for example. I don't think that would be too surprising.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like even though Blue Side has a much higher win rate, we're seeing teams prioritize it, I don't think the gap is as big now than it has used to be. I think part of it is that we've seen a lot of the big power picks nerfed, but it's just like teams aren't necessarily always able to utilize the counter pick effectively, right? If you're on red, you can pick support on 3, top lane on 5, and get like counter pick in both those lanes, but we haven't always seen that used too effectively.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to be really important as we do make our way into this matchup. We are done on the pre-show. Let's go to the intro and then over to the casters for this best of 5.
본인들의 손으로 2위 자리를 이렇게 확정 지으면서 전 세계 모든 LOL 전문가의 머리를 숙연하게 만드는 마지막에 이기는 게 최후의 승자죠. 하나생명 e스포츠 엔진 소리 정말 끝내주네요.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Playoffs Round 2. This is the second match, and yesterday we had a 5-game banger. I'm hoping that we have another one here today. Chronicler, how are you feeling about the series?
It's okay. It's playoffs. It's double elimination. I'm very excited. I couldn't even hold it for the whole sentence, Atlas. I don't know if it'll reach the heights of yesterday's Game 5. That's a tough ask.
Yes.
But I expect Hanwha to do as well as the team that they have knocked out, because we know that those two made for great best of 5s, and hopefully today will be the same.
Yeah, exactly right. I actually have some admissions to make when it comes to those predictions, because last time around I used the brain and I shouldn't have. I should have used the waters, and that's what I've done this time around as well. I think it's one of those series where there is a team that if they win, it's not going to be in the full games, and there's another team that if they win, it will be definitely
It's 5.
in the 5 games.
Yeah.
Is sort of how it's going to go in sort of my mind, and we'll just have to see whether this meta is actually going to suit Gen G, like Dandy was alluding to, or whether it's going to be something that Hanwha Life Esports can continue to leverage. Let's have a look at our predictions, though, and get into it, as quite a few Hanwha predictors after their upset of D+ Kia Helios, Gogo, and Cloud Templar all moving over that way. But look at Jonas Strong.
Hey.
Look at Jonas Strong, man. That is making me nervous. Pony was making me nervous yesterday, and Jonas Strong's making me really nervous here today.
Yeah, that's a Jonas Strong special. I also need the double take. What did Ji-sun vote? Because she was the only one that knew last time around. And that's very important to me. I'm looking at Pony, though, and I'm feeling good about my prediction. You know,
He's
that
the blue
man has
side,
been...
the blue side predictor. I like it.
He's been knowing. I think that this is actually a really good assessment of the respective strengths of these two teams. You've already seen that even Sandbox had a better performance than expected. Obviously, KT was still a lot stronger, but we see that best of 5s are a different game. Hanwha Life showed that, and I feel like a 60-40 split there is very appropriate. Gen G should still be the favorite, but with Hanwha's improved performance here, and we're seeing that here in the fan vote as well, 63 versus 37. A little bit more Gen G skewed, but I think they've earned that with them getting second place in the split as well.
Oh, 100%. And the only reasoning that I had for predicting Hanwha Life Esports in a 3-2 is that I thought Gen G would have an advantage in side selection. They'll be able to go one game for one game, then they get into a game 5, and it's Viper, Zeka, King, and I can't bet against them. That's just impossible. I don't have the ability to write down Gen G in a game 5 when they're against those players, and that's sort of the reasoning that I had for it. I'm sorry, Gen G fans, and I do think that Gen G is probably the stronger team, definitely on paper. And they now also have dope new bomber jackets as well, as we are going to welcome Doran to the stage first here. All LCK 3rd team, rated 3rd, and he was 3rd on my list as well. Was he yours?
He was. Doran, a player that isn't the standout performer on this team. That would go to Chovy, to Pace, and in some games even to Peanut, although sometimes in a bad way. But Doran is an incredibly important part of how this roster functions, because he is the punching bag. He's the one willing to take hits in drafts. He is the one willing to get very, very low attention from his jungler so that the rest of the map can thrive. And you know who does that as well?
Yeah, it's this guy right here. Kingin on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, making his way down, of course, the World Final MVP, and also having a fantastic best of 5 into D+ Kia. He is just an immovable object chronicler. It's just really difficult to face down this guy in these high-pressure situations.
And we see there as well, as he walks down the stage, you know, he's feeling good, he's feeling happy. He's been able to play a lot of his tanks, or even pseudo-tanks. Gragas is a great example. Of course, does have a considerable amount of damage when going for the AP build, but is still a beefy boy, just like King himself. And wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of those matchups in top air today as well, as...
Man of the hour, Peanut going to make his way down. Peanut, of course, having his fair share of moments in the cons column this season, but I think overall was definitely a fantastic piece of this team. And with the fact that they only changed the bottom side of the map, the fact that he's been able to incorporate Pays and Delight so beautifully into the team has also been a great testament to Peanut here as well.
Yeah, there are, of course, like 2-3 high-stakes moments that you can think of where Peanut made very big mistakes, but it's also... we need to give him the credit for the many games where he runs the early game, gets pace fed, and then leads his team to a clean victory. And talking about inconsistencies, Atlas.
Yep. Glid gonna make his way in as well. And of course, facing off against his former team here in Gen G, the more recent team that he played for here in Korea before having a stint over in the LPL. And now he's back, and he's on Hanwha Life Esports. Specifically requested by Viper to join him as they moved back over. So we'll see whether this best of 5 is going to be another one that he'll be triumphant in. And now they also have the safety net of the lower bracket that
They
they're
do.
looking out for as
But
well.
maybe that's bad for them. Maybe
Well,
they need the pressure out.
And there's also a KT waiting there, and that is not someone that I'd want to be taking on, especially right now after what we saw yesterday as Chovy going to be making his way to Lolpark as well. Big grin on his face, and actually the spirits of both of these teams' players have been jubilant. There's a lot of happiness here.
Even yesterday, you know, Zeus, just like Doran did in the past, was like, man, this is fun.
Yeah, right.
While it was extremely high stakes and everyone was losing
Yeah.
their minds, us included. Chovy, incredible player, has been one of the best mid laners. Won, of course, his first LCK title last year, which is something that we've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. And this guy won his first Worlds title last year as well. Pretty cool. Zeka going to be making his way out. And he is going to be facing off against Chovy. Actually really liked what Orcs was saying about this agreement from both of these players to want to play more of the melee champions in the mid lane. We'll see whether that is what the draft is going to look like, or whether Gen.G are going to be able to drag Zeka towards more of these mages that he's looked less good at.
Zeka, the mountain, immovable object, and this split was still leading in some categories, and you know I'm excited about who's coming next.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I've been hyping him up for a while.
It is Pays. And Pays also getting the most kills in the season this time around. All LCK third as well. There's not been that many players that have, in their debut season, picked up the most kills of a season. And in fact, he's the only guy to do it.
And makes third All-Pro.
Yeah.
Right? And we can talk about should he been there over Viper, but the fact that he's in consideration in the first place to me and that he made it is wild.
No, it's absolutely amazing. Pays has been performing exceptionally well, and as has Viper, really standing up to D+ Kia in a big way, especially in these late game fights, which we've seen in these best of fives, in this high pressure. It's late game team fighting and decision making that is going to get you across the line more often than not, unless you get just completely steamrolled.
And importantly, Viper is a player that you can rely on no matter what the situation is. And he's shown that, right? Time and time again was my pick for the #1 in All-Pro as well, because as the desk was saying, he's done it all on a team that's been losing a lot.
He's been just amazing, as has Delight. Delight being now able to get back towards some of his engaged supports that we've been calling for so much. His Rakan has been legendary for so long, and he is just having a day out on these picks. And we'll see now in the playoffs whether he's going to be able to continue to make those clutch plays.
Rakan, another great example, as you're talking about his engaged support. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
right
you,
there.
fans. The fans get it as well. And seeing him be reunited with Pays after all these years and them immediately turning into such a strong bottom lane. And yes, Gen.G plays towards the bottom of the map, but you still got to cash out. And they've been able to do that consistently.
Ooh, cashing out is not something that I'd want to talk about, but Life is going to make his way down to Lolpark as well. And this guy stepped up in their last series in a huge way. I think that he was the weak link, but a more quiet weak link on this team. Him and Clid haven't really been reaching the heights of the other players, but in their last match against D+ Kia, Life was definitely a linchpin in that one, and we'll see whether we're going to be seeing more of his eclectic picks in his Jarvan and things like this. His set might come back. I'm always wishing and hoping.
Every time.
Every single time. But it's probably not going to be the way. But still, we're going to have to see more from Life. And hopefully he is going to be able to have a more D+ Kia in the playoffs performance rather than what we've been seeing in the regular season. And honestly, Life Esports in best of fives, man, it's so scary. Gen.G will take a bow and sit down. Of course, there is a lower bracket. And so that could put into the backs of these players' minds the ability to take some more risks, play a little bit more freely. We'll see whether the Gen.G can use that to loosen the pressure here.
And it's crazy to me as well, looking at the historical relevance that we have, the players here. Life and Clid were one game away from being in the World's Finals against Viper. And then Viper was, of course, able to make it in 2021, beat them in a grueling 5-game series, then was able to get the upset, and now it's Clid and Life fighting against their former org to try
And the opposite
go
thing
further.
happened last year as well, right?
Yep.
Like Viper getting booted out by Harmolife Esports, well, by Kingen and Zeka, who are now on Harmolife Esports,
There
when they
you
were on
go.
DRX. It's really hard to remember that it was in fact DRX that's the team that was able to win the World Final, because that team
It still
hasn't
doesn't
made
feel
it to
real.
the playoffs. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Well, yeah, it made not a lot of sense at the time, and now the team doesn't exist anymore. And so it feels like we blinked and we missed it in a lot of ways. But we digress. Let's move towards this series as Gen G have elected to jump over to the blue side, as the desk mentioned. It was the most successful side last time around in yesterday's matches, winning 100% of the games. But prior to that, Harmolife Esports looked actually pretty comfortable on red or blue. That was a very strange series where side selection didn't mean a whole lot, I guess. We'll see whether Harmolife can move towards that style of play rather than what we saw yesterday, which was priority pick being so powerful.
And what I'd be worried about for Hanwha, and something that they've been commenting on, or we've been commenting on a lot, is that even though they beat D+, their early game in most of those games was quite rough. They were able to fight their way back through much more consistent macro and amazing team fighting, courtesy of players like Zeka, like Kingen, and like Viper. But Gen G, not necessarily the most aggressive of teams, but picks like the Sejuani and the Varus on blue side, it's going to be very hard to have both denied. And if they can get either of those and they can start the snowball early, I don't think that Gen G is going to throw the leads that they can get in the early game the way that D+ did in the previous game.
Yep. Gen G going to be starting off the bans with Caitlyn and Lucian. Not exactly FaZe's favorites, the Lucian especially. So it makes a lot of sense there. Annie Elise and Varus would be expected, but Varus is going to be banned on the blue side as well. Zeri first.
Yeah, that's
all I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah, now it's a Zeri first pick. Because I love FaZe's Varus. I think it's the aggressive pick that he's the most capable of, that works the best with the light. But it looks like instead they want to try and handshake a scaling lane here. And Sejuani still open as well. Pick that Peanut has been using with great efficiency, and with both Chovy and Zeka loving melee mid laners. I wouldn't be surprised to see that prioritized here, but this is a Zeri first pick 100%. This is what Gen G have done in the past many a time, and FaZe getting that pick here again.
Well, Hamwa, what are we going to be picking into it? I'm sensing a Zaya Rakan situation, but Lulu being considered just to take it away from the Zeri. We've seen a lot of other teams be happy to not pick that one, especially Paze and Delight here have been playing off those level 6 timings a lot. But Rakan going to be locked away. And then Clid will probably pick up Sejuani here. I actually find it really interesting that that has gone through, even though it is Clid and hasn't exactly been the most successful, but here it is.
Yeah, Sejuani Rakan, incredible engage combination here. This is, of course, a flex pick. Can go either way. Don't know where it's going to go here yet. Well, that kind of ruins that. There you go. Gen G not giving anything away. It's probably Chovy, but we'll see. Also depends on what matchup he can get. The Zaya lock in here seems like a no-brainer. And Rakan blind is something that we have seen punished every now and then. But Harmolife can now lock in the Zaya, can then ban away the Veigar and the Talia. Maybe you do both, right?
Yep.
The downside is that then Gen G can just flex the Cassandre mid and get a good pick for top lane, and then you use 2 bans. And they didn't get too much out of it, but Harmolife already kind of the comp that they want, right? Strong team fighting, great scaling, a lot of innate safety and engage power.
Yep, just seems like what they're happy to draft into is Peanuts Maokai. Going to be respected here. I very much enjoy that. Last time we saw Gen G, it was that pick that they really wreaked havoc on. Like that one a lot. Tristana going to be taken away as Zeka has been diving towards that champion as well. Theoretically a flex pick here for Harmolife Esports, as Viper has actually been putting in a few hours into the Tristana of late as well.
And as the Maokai and Cannon going to be bent away there, I'm going to keep hoping that maybe one day we'll see Trundle again, because he kind of bopped Sejuani, but it hasn't happened thus far, and I don't expect it to happen here. Harmolife probably going to pick up a top laner here for Kingen, can be Gnar, which is generally what they default to. Wouldn't be surprised if Gen G want to try and throw them off a little bit by banning that away here. And there we go, because otherwise that was 100% coming out. Ornn is another one, but blinding Ornn can feel risky, but into Gen G, Doran isn't really the guy that you'd expect to hard punish you in a situation like that.
Nope.
See what ends up happening here, although, you know, maybe...
Gragas. Or the Renekton.
Okay.
Renekton does deny Renekton from Gen G. And they could have played around like a Renekton Nidalee lane. Not going to be the case anymore, though, as Jax is going to be locked in. So, Jax, of course, actually fares pretty well into the Renekton for the first at least few levels. But not going to be picked up here as a Wukong considered by Peanut. We're going all in on these team fights in the later stages. We'll see what Chovy or Doran are going to be playing to augment this Wukong pick. Right now, it's not looking like a lot of power early here for Gen G, but the team fighting later, and that is actually going to shore up a bit of that early game issue. Zeka, of course, was the one to debut Ahri in her more remade state. One of the picks that he's pretty happy on, but we'll see where he's going to go towards, because, of course, this is Chovy's Ahri. It's a very scary thing to face off against. 4 seconds, and there is the Talia. I don't think that Zeka has lost a game on this champion yet. As having a look. He lost his first game in their last series.
Well, I really like the Hanwha composition here. The only downside is that if you do fall behind, I think the game can quickly snowball out of control, and I'm looking towards the Gen G top side to actually get that done.
Yeah.
Because the amount of pick and level 6 spike, I think for them is a lot stronger, right? Zeri, Lulu, we know how good they are. The power that Wukong gets, plus the pick potential that Cassante and Ahri offer, that is a lot of power for Gen G. But if you get to the mid to late game on even footing for Hanwha, you have an amazingly scaling solo laner in Jax that can also team fight if need be, depending on the build. And then you have Talia, Rakan, Xayah, and Sejuani. It doesn't get much better when it comes to playing at the short-range compositions, and that is kind of what Gen G have drafted here.
No, exactly. I'm a little bit worried, and we've also seen the Ahri not necessarily be a super successful champion here in the LCK.
Yep.
The build has often been something that we've had gripes with and things like that in the past. Whether that's going to be because the BGH. I wonder whether Gen G are a team with over 7 attack. That's what I'm wondering. As soon as they said that Hanwha Life Esports were the big game hunters, it's like
that's what you were thinking of. No,
I mean,
get it.
Sometimes it's just a 4-2, you know, and like that's not really going to do
not
it.
enough tempo.
No,
man. You pick too much mana for that.
No, you absolutely
do.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work out. But if you manage to kill a Frost Giant with that, then you're feeling really, really good. Absolutely. This is going to be your Gen G composition. Pays on the hyper carry in his debut in LCK Best of Fives. Very interested to see how the young player is going to perform up against, a few veterans here, a few world champions on this side as well. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1 between Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports. All right, we are here already. Top laners in the river, ready to emote at one another. But Kingan's a bit shy. He's not going to come out of the reeds just yet.
If only Dunan was here.
I know.
It doesn't matter if it's game 5 of finals.
No, he will be emoting.
He will be just walking up to you and emoting.
They'll be making noises. It'll be a great time. As Peanut going to walk towards this ward and get knocked up. Zeka throws a bunch of rocks at him, and Peanut's going to have to lick his wounds a little here. As Kingan made it out. He came out of the brush, living his best life, getting some vision down, and already Hanwha have actually navigated this early game quite nicely.
Whoa.
A lot of information will go over their way, and Peanut at 50% health still.
Kingan is really scary, right? Level 1 Jax with Counter-Strike against these two guys.
Yeah. And now Peanut's just going to have to walk away. And Counter-Strike going to be used very nicely there. So Doran going to have to take a little bit of extra time. Not the end of the world or anything like that. As Gen G here towards this bottom side of the map, just chilling out as they wait for Viper and Life to attend the lane. This is the first 2 CS here to Viper, so I think it's kind of it's over, isn't it?
It's done, yeah. Well, they actually got off pretty easily, or Peanut did, after taking such a bad trade level 1, and then Kingan, I think, could have really pushed the issue. Didn't want to take the risk in game 1. I think that also makes sense. But Jack's level 1 into particularly Wukong is always going to be really scary. Wukong isn't really a champion for the first 3 levels, and even then he generally preferred to wait. As we do see, as expected, the Zeri Lulu has been pretty decent when it comes to bullying, provided that, you know, 3 other AD carries are banned out and you're not playing into Draven. And also, even with a cold start, a lot of aggression coming through as Peanut. Ooh, I like this. Very unexpected here. Probably going to go for red buff into a top gank, and Doran and King are aggressively trading. Good setup for a gank there. And at the same time, look at bot.
Yeah. This is actually like junglers have gentleman's agreement gone towards this vertical jungling type style. Hopefully that means that Kingen will get word that he shouldn't be playing too far forward, as Klid's going to walk over a ward just to alleviate some pressure here on this bottom side. Will mean that the crash will be more difficult to achieve. And Pays does have to be a little careful. Whenever he's standing next to a wall, generally feeling okay as the Zeri.
Ooh.
And Peanut's just going to come back home. Okay.
So they do know that the red buff was taken. Peanut, I think, just gonna go and ensure that the rest of the camp is not going to be taken by Klid, and to ensure that Pays and the Light can keep playing aggressive here, can keep Life and Viper on the back foot. And Hanwha Life isn't aware yet that the red buff was taken. But we'll find out shortly.
Entrance going to be going down there as, yeah, Life is getting very aggressive. Delight already burning. A few more autos will do it as Life is in trouble. The polymorph timing just too good. And Life oversteps his bounds.
Yeah, I don't think you should be trying to hard all in with Zyra Khan.
I was very confused. I'm not going to lie. It was that was a strange moment, but it was very close to working.
Oh, and the real disaster is that So your Doran's played up, right, is Viper over Pace. So I can see why there would be value in trying to all-in the Zeri, but throwing everything into the Light, giving over a free kill to Pace, who has a call, is a disastrous start here for the Hanwha Life bot lane.
Oh, yes. Chovy also going to be rotating down here. Full control of this bottom side as the crash comes in. It looks like Peanut not going to be stealing away the jungle at this stage. Zeka also moving this minion wave towards the turret. Going to be disintegrating one of those minions as well. As, yeah, Zeka, one of these losses, was his first of the season in the last game. And of course, Talia kind of a trap in our the series between D+ and Hanwha Life.
Yes.
Yeah, Chovy pretty good at Ahri.
I remember. Do you remember which team broke the Chovy winning streak? Because it was very funny.
I don't remember that. No.
It was Sandbox out of nowhere. They didn't win the series.
Oh dear. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have a look at this replay once again. As man, it was very close to Delight going down, and Viper was happy with the flash, and Life wasn't.
Yeah, I think the problem there is, like, once Life hard committed, you got to go all out, right? He wasn't getting out of there. They had vision in the brush, and I think Pace just flashes after him. But I just want to... I'm not sure why you try and flip the lane when you're Zyra Khan, right? Because one of the issues that the Zeri can run into is that late game, she gets outranged into the Xayah, and it becomes really hard if you don't have a lead. If you do have a lead, everything becomes substantially easier. And in general, Genji's composition, I think, with their the way that their composition works and the damage profiles that they have, are going to be looking to snowball early. And if they do, they snowball insanely hard, right? Because they can die very well, they can play aggressively, they have really good pick potential. And getting Zeri fed early is so big. And, you know, Pace has had his moments, but getting fed on Zeri early generally works out very well for Genji.
It absolutely does. And also, Peanut waiting in brushes early has worked out in the past as well. It's checking the brushes late that's the problem. As Klid is here for the counter gank. This timing could actually be beautiful. There's no flash on Delight. He should be the target if they do move down here, but gentleman's agreement by both of these junglers to back away, at least for the moment. Peanut heads towards his prog camp, and we've got a blue buff spawning for Klid in a moment's time. So he'll head up there, and we'll see whether we congregate back down towards this bottom lane once again, once those camps have been consumed.
And because Peanut has been doing a lot more movement on the map, also earlier trying to pressure Viper and Life, he has actually fallen behind somewhat in CS, was a level down there, which is, I think, a large part of why Genji wanted to try and avoid the 3v3. And that might play a part. We also have the call picked up for King in here to try and offset some of the gold that is going to be found on the other end of the map. And Jax going to get bullied a little bit early on, but not really going to be too bothered by that. Humble Life starting off the Dragon here.
Yeah, and that's just a solo Mountain Drake, something that they're going to be pretty happy about.
Yeah.
To see what kind of souls we get, whether I've got the most influence today or whether it's Orcs, both of us actually here at this point in time. Not going to be a Cloud Soul, we'll just have a Cloud Drake here in this game.
You're slipping, Atlas.
I'm pretty sure it's Chemtech Soul, unless Earth, Wind, and Fire is what's going to be able to
in the right order.
It could be. It could actually
maybe.
Be. Wow, it actually is, and this is the one time that I say that it's not. I just never really understand the order of the Drakes. I get very confused easily. But it could be the case. We could be grooving tonight.
What do you mean you don't understand the order?
Well, I often say, oh, and it's in the right order, and it's just definitely not in the right order. Yeah, I find it hard. Maybe like it just doesn't look very chronological when I look at the list of...
No, it can be very confusing if like Genji gets a dragon now, you're looking at that and
right.
Think, yeah, there you go.
I'm like, who got the first one? Yeah, that's my excuse anyway. I'm sticking with it. Peanut going to be able to grab Shelly, and she'll be employed to knock down one of these turrets around this map. And so far, it is about 1.5k for Genji. Not a whole lot done here from Hanwha in the early game. Surprise, surprise to absolutely no one. And it's about whether Genji can leverage this to a lead that is insurmountable. It's surmountability of lead that we're going to be judging a lot of this game on. Because if Hanwha get to a late game, they often just do pretty well in those scenarios if they're not absurdly far behind.
Yeah, and it becomes really hard to play out for Genji, because while I do think they have good team fighting, I think Talia neutralizes a lot of what both Chovy and Peanut are going to be trying to do in late game team fights as, aw, they both have the set. Oh, that's adorable. And just how good Viper has looked in late game teamfights kind of plays to that. And Kingen, even though right now he's getting bullied out, eventually he's going to finish his call, he's going to get multiple items, and we have seen this Jax versus K'Sante matchup countless times. Jax is going to get a little bit pummeled in the early game, and then it's going to scale very nicely. Once he hits 2 items, he just starts getting better and better, and K'Sante won't really be able to match him in the side lane anymore. So Genji probably going to have to look at the very least start stacking some Drakes, and ideally want to try and use this Herald for an aggressive play early on as...
Ooh, Arctic Assault goes completely wide, but Permafrost is going to be there, holds on to the Warrior Trickster's life, interrupts Chovy, but he's going to be interrupted himself, and now he gets the quickness off, but will the Ignite be enough? Pace gets into the backline, Clid's in trouble, he's flashing, and Viper, yeah, he's going to give up on this one, there is no hope. And now Pace is flashing forward, Featherstorm is going to come down.
Yes, cleanse.
Does he have the Blade Caller available? The answer is yes, but there is the cleanse that you were talking about, and Pace just skates his way in. That is the kill onto Viper as well, as Kingen's fighting Doran towards the top side, and I don't think it matters all that much.
Nope. Kingen, if he gets a kill, it'd be big. Because the rest of the map crumbling as we speak, Atlas.
It's kind of on fire.
Oh, call finished, or about to be finished as well on the next minion. Oh, I hope Pace gets it. That's such a tragedy.
I think he might have denied a cull on one, like last time as well.
He did, yeah. Well, it's fine. He's got like a ton of Blade Gold. Actually, I don't think he got Blade Gold. I think it was just Peanut.
I think Peanut just for himself, but that's okay. And we'll move towards his Sundra.
You know, the extra kill and the assist will help with Pace feeling not too bad about that one CS. But yeah, when we get a replay, Humble Life, they try to set up a trap. And unfortunately, the trap, Chovy is trying to back here as well, right? So he's not even at his full power. And then crucially here, he hits the charm before the Grand Entrance can come through, and then Peanut gets a crucial interrupt. And then this is exactly what you can't do against Zeri, is these type of messy, scrappy fights where you don't have the cooldowns to deal with it.
Yeah, and we've had these Zeri moments quite often, as just knows that he has cleanse, so just has to wait for the feathers, and there it is. Really beautifully played there by Pace. And where have we seen this before? We've been seeing this quite often. These Zeris finding these early to mid-game moments in these games, Chronicler.
I thought you were going to go back to Lost Summer, because it happened a lot back then as well for
No.
Genji.
That champion is not the same champion. That was one that should never be allowed in the game. It was a different scenario.
She is a lot more balanced,
Yeah.
but a lot of the stuff hasn't really changed for Genji, has it? In moments like this.
Nope.
Oh, bot lane fed. Hold on.
Zeka going to have to immediately cleanse to get out of that one, as Chovy not going to be so lucky. Hit by the seismic shove, loses half of his health bar, but they are getting bullied out of their own jungle. And Life not having the series that he had last time around. This has been a little bit less of the old good outcome for the Rakan player, as he's going to have to grand exit the bottom side of the map. Living his best life, but as you can see, the gold across the board in Genji's favor.
And Doran, wanting to play aggressive there, has just finished his gauntlet, then realizes his team is taking Dragon, and there's a Taliyah on the enemy team, so quickly pieces out as Zeka was halfway through the river. And now, this is exactly what you had to avoid at all costs as the Hanwha comp. This is by no means a done game, but it's definitely a really, really rough game for him out. Particularly because we didn't get Earth, Wind, and Fire, we got Earth, Wind, and Electricity. And Zeri with a Hextech Soul is not fun.
Most of the time when Zeris get early leads, that is exactly the soul that comes through. It almost, I swear, it happens more often than it doesn't. And it's fishy.
It's confirmation bias, Atlas.
We need to get to the bottom of it.
I don't know if statistically this is true.
I'm an LCK commentator. I don't know anything about bias. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think someone needs to look at this. If there is anyone on the internet listening right now, go and do the research and tell us.
Yeah, do a PhD. As Weaver's Wall going to come through here, Zeka's going to pay a visit towards the top lane, and that is a really dead Cassante. Kingin locking down the first kill for Life Esports here. Don't know whether it's going to be enough to change everything, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Nicely done. Another egg in the King and basket. A great basket is a couple of CS away. Will now finish his call. And is going to be a lot stronger. Good on Zeka as well, actually, utilizing the side lane pressure that Taliyah does have available. Not going to be enough by itself for obvious reasons. There is still a really big problem towards the bottom side of the map, but here we see Doran feeling good, has his item finished. Not the case for Paze, and then nicely done by Zeka here, right? Drops the wall, dismounts in time. King and it still has flash as well, so he never really was in any threats.
Yep, Doran also still has his flash. Just knew that he wasn't going to be able to get away from that one, so it does mean that the Cassante is going to have that option as this game goes on. As okay, some Hex Gates being employed here. Grand Entrance avoided there by Peanut with the Warrior Trickster, as Shirley is continuing to just wander around the pit, and Genji are just going to brute force it, and Life like, well, I guess you can have it then.
That was a bit fast and loose there from Peanut, but it ends up working out. They get the Herald. Chovy also going for a very defensive builder, and when you're snowballing, I actually quite like it. I think that with how far ahead you are, getting an early Banshees means that, you know, a Sejuani
I didn't want to talk about it.
No, I think it's fine. When you're ahead and you already are like stronger than your opponent, I think defensive items actually gain a ton of value. As Paze,
yeah, he's just walking at them. Chovy, he's ulted as well, as Glacial Prison going to be used defensively, and Chovy is going to interrupt the teleport. Zeka, not a whole lot he can do here. Seismic Shove going to be thrown down, but they give the kill over to Paze. That is a killing spree for the Zeri, and I don't think taking a bit of damage on this outer turret is something that Genji are too worried about in exchange.
No, I tend to agree with that assessment, Atlas, and this game number one, spiraling here for Life. Paze gets the B1 Zeri, a pick that we haven't always seen work out, but in this case, and for Genji, they've been going back to this a ton. It's been working out very nicely. As Viper reminds Chovy that just because they are ex-teammates, he does not get a free pass.
He does.
Trying to damage the turret.
You can't bully me. We're mates, remember? And is going to be able to stand his ground, but still, standing your ground when the ground is rapidly being removed is, and it's a difficult time.
When we're talking about, oh man, Life is able to hold on to mid while the bot lane inner is falling.
Yeah. And
it's not a good time, Atlas.
This snowball is starting to get ridiculous. 17 minutes, and it's close to 6K. Surmountability is becoming a questionable thing in this particular game. This might be a bit of a go next situation here.
I do think it is.
Yeah.
Now, of course, if you watch yesterday's series, you know that a one-sided game 1 says nothing about the rest of the series.
Oh, absolutely not.
But this game 1, I do think Hanwha Life tried to draft as much comfort and team fighting and scaling as they could and see what they could get away with. And Gen G right now is saying, no, this is too much. You cannot do this. You need to respect us more. And you need a little bit more agency, right? You need a little bit more power, maybe in the mid-jungle 2v2, maybe in the bot lane. Don't draft the Xayah and Rakan very face up, because you are going to get run over,
Well,
as is the case here.
we'll see. It was from a turnaround in Game 1 that Hanwha Life Esports were able to beat D+ Kia as well.
Very true, Atlas.
That was a large part why a lot of the tempo in that series was kind of removed for the higher seeded team. So I guess we will hold judgment. However, right now, if this was almost any other situation, I'd be like, wow, Gen G are destroying this. It's probably a 3-0. And Doran looking to get underneath this turret. They should be able to guarantee that one as Glacial Prison does come through, cleared. Not a whole lot of defensive statistics as Paze is just running around having the greatest time ever on this Zeri, who is just untouched in these little skirmishes.
Kingen, meanwhile, is getting the turret, which I do think is the right course of action here. Jax remains a win condition, right? And the game stayed currently in absolute shambles. But from a couple of mistakes, as we have seen in many a playoff series already, even insurmountable games can still be fought their way back from. And Kingen keeping pressure in the sideline is a large part of that, because it's going to force responses from Gen G. It might force mistakes, and as long as they ensure that those don't happen, they should be completely fine. As even on Vision, yeah, what are you going to do? Not really going to be able to get anything here, as the Bansheesville is done. First Hextech Drake, and maybe a fourth you can contest. Maybe you can contest Soul Point if you're Hanwha. But I think Gen G is going to, at the very least, get to the Soul Point. Is Pace?
Yeah, I was more of a life name caller at that point in time.
Yeah, that's fair. As we have a Kingen going in aggressively here, setting up Vision so that he can split push towards the bot side of the map. Very nicely done.
Yep, doing some orienteering towards the bottom side of the map, seeing what's going on, checking out the topography.
Some assessing.
Yes, a bit of surveying.
Surveying.
I wonder what kind of information that he did claim down there. Does have a couple of wards in position. And it's getting to the point where Doran just cannot stand in a lane against the Jax, right? Like, I think it's a couple of items. You probably want to get the Black Cleaver online and maybe one more. Spirisogen is pretty good in those situations as well. Because Doran doesn't do a lot of damage to turrets here either, even if the Cassante is in a decent spot. You're just not really going to be able to get as much done as the Jax. So that is a small piece of good news. The size of the good news is very low in comparison to the bad here for Hanwha Life, though, as they want to desperately slow down the pace of this game and regain some sort of control. And right now, Gen G not taking their foot off the gas. I love to see it as well, this patrolling throughout the topside jungle here of Hanwha Life, making sure that everything is very dark and then setting up moments like these as he does get the information and can Arctic Assault his way out. As Kingen going in, does manage to get a bit of a stun onto Doran's Cassante here. As Hanwha get a bit more vision, they're moving it through.
Oh, round 2.
All right, Peanut going to be spotted, control wards everywhere, and Hanwha not going to be baited into that because, of course, you could feel like you have the upper hand, but you don't, as Viper was in base, I believe, at that stage. Just took a Hex Gate to come back out. Does have a couple of items. Doesn't have as many cloaks as Paze, though. Look at how many cloaks he has, man. He is staying warm this winter.
Maybe one is for warmth, and the other one is a fashion statement.
Ah, or maybe one is for warmth and the other is for, like, avoidance of the rain. Something
it's like
that.
an extra insulation layer?
Yeah, or like a windbreak layer or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what material the crit cloaks are made from.
That's true, and whether you could get ones that are made of different materials as well that also provide the same amount.
Well, surely you could, right? You wouldn't just have the same model of cape for every cape. That gets boring.
Yeah, but would it change the stats a little bit, like a polyester one versus
why would it?
A cashmere one? I imagine cashmere would give you a little bit more stats.
Well, it'd be more fashionable, surely, but I don't know why it would give you more stats. I assume that's the enchanted on the cloak.
Ah.
That's my headcanon.
But isn't like the base item that you use to put the enchantment on going to affect the power of the enchantment?
Ooh, well that depends on which mage you're using.
Ooh,
I assume Boris only.
Because I kind of
best.
thought that it was like similar to making pasta, right? Like it's just going to be better if you've got better ingredients. Like if you use the good tomatoes and you're making a tomato sauce,
Sure.
tomato sauce is going to be better.
That is true. But I think technique can make up for a lot of that as well.
Okay, it's a good point.
But we'll have to direct these questions to someone who knows.
We'll have to talk to someone on the Riot Games MMO team. As Clid going to throw out the Winter's Wrath, not going to hit Peanut with it, and Peanut is going to say, okay, and leave. And Hanwha have slowed this down to the point where we're talking about whether the fabric used to make a crit cloak is going to provide the same amount of crit.
Yeah, and I don't expect there to be action in the next minute. I don't think Hanwha Life should try and contest for this dragon, even though Soul Point is a really big risk because it means the Gen G off of one steal or just, you know, still having control in a good fight later down the line can get one of the strongest souls in the game. But I don't think that you can afford to fight it, because if you lose the fight, which you should, given the current game state and the itemization breakpoints that happen for Gen G, you're not going to be able to play the game anymore, right? Like, if they get Baron, because that's the one thing that the Gen G comp does struggle with, is actually sieging, which is why they haven't really been able to do a lot. The wave clear for Hanwha is really good. Hanwha Life is playing very respectful. No one is getting caught. And as long as they don't get Baron, I think this will kind of remain the case. But for Gen G, you can also say, like, we're ahead. Zeri has quick blades, so we can just play for Soul and be fine.
Yeah, they also have the spear done here on Kingen as well. And so should be heading towards Zhonya's as that third item. So these 3 items for the Jax is actually kind of huge. And yeah, they do have a lot of control in this area. Doran has teleport, so he can get down here. Are they ready for a fight, though, is my question. And I just don't know. NG, not a lot of information in this area, though, as they finally do get it. Peanut on vision right now, but he can't get into the pit because there are rocks strewn on the ground. It's kind of like Home Alone, man. Like, threw out the Legos and you just can't walk across the corridor.
And while getting this Drake as big as, cancel from Peanut there, you give up 2 turrets. So, even though Hanwha Life, I think, doing a good job there of kind of catching Gen G off guard, right? Making sure they're on the river. They also had some vision in mid, which helped with this. The game state still gets worse, because now they're 7k gold behind.
Yeah, but they are not at risk of losing Soul.
That is true, and that's a win.
That is definitely a positive situation. And look, there's always that standing gold argument that we've had in the past. Like, look all the turrets.
Standing gold.
The turrets that are there for the taking. Chronicler, his life is going to get charmed. Chovy, very charming. And that is going to kill the Rakan. Not a lot of opportunity there. Really nicely played here by Gen G. We mentioned that they were setting up vision traps in this top side. Life finally falls into one.
Yeah, it had to be Life or Clid, right? Like, they need to go in, they need to keep checking. They can't really afford not to take that risk. And now, looks like the Baron is just going to get taken here. Doran also should be able to get Clid out of here.
No. Prison does come down, and Gen G are going for the turn. There's the flash away, but the Cyclone's going to be enough. Kingen goes golden, but he will be going towards the Death Chamber immediately afterwards. Actually, a really, really cute use of the Counter-Strike, but that is only going to delay the inevitable, as Viper's like, nah, I'm not into team fighting, guys. It's not the life I lead. I do not want to do that, as Pays is underneath inhibitor turrets. Just
still going!
Them. Yeah, he is. That is another kill. That's the triple for the Zeri. Viper's going to get an inner turret. Congratulations, brother. And now, Gen G going to move back towards the Baron.
Coming into this series, one of the big questions was, how is the bot lane going to do? Gen G have been very reliant on their bot lane performing, and Pays has only played, as far as I'm aware, 1 best of 5, which was last year in Summer Challengers playoffs. And he got focused because, you know, that was how Gen G worked. And they lost very quickly. As you know, I didn't see him actually. I thought he was walking in, getting just hex gating in. Yeah, I can't do that, unfortunately. Of course, this is the power of vision denial, right? They need to try. They think that the Baron is being done, but this is Pays' first LCK best of 5s, and he's playing like a maniac.
He is?
Because this you're still like, yeah, you know, he's Zeri. And then this keeps going.
And the thing is, like, Genji are just utilizing the early advantage that they picked up with this Zeri to continue the aggression. And I actually want to go back to them giving up the Drake as well, because getting those turrets then creates these moments where you can fight around the Baron so much more effectively. I actually think that the Genji game plan, as far as closing out this game as comfortably as possible, has been executed extremely well.
Yeah.
And Hamar just not had their ability to get inside their shell. It just does not really exist. The turtling not going to be enough to save their Nexus in this one. It doesn't look like, as they are now down 9,000 gold with 2 minutes of Baron left available.
But the inhibs are still up.
I mean,
So
they are still in
still
the
a
game.
chance. Yeah, they're still connected to Summoner's Rift.
Uh-huh.
So that there is a shot.
There is always a shot if you believe hard enough. Or something like
Well, I do think Genji, even with this lead, like, again, I think their siege is pretty lackluster, and they're not doing an amazing job here of syncing up the waves. Added to the fact that the disengage from Hanwha is quite good with the Talia and the Xayah, and I think that this is one of those moments where Genji, you're just gonna have to pull the trigger. Gonna have to force a fight. You're tanking all that. You can fight him.
Well,
it's fine.
here is the fight that they're forcing. It is onto Zeka. The chain of CC was just gorgeous there. With the help of the charm, as Viper gonna walk out of the way of one of those himself. Kingen getting the information that his base is falling apart as Chovy's just dashing around, doesn't have Spirit Rush anymore. But these Nexus turrets in trouble. A teleport just to make sure that the minions stay alive, as a charm is going to connect onto Kingen here. Glacial Prison goes entirely wide. And that Blade Caller did minuscule damage. Pays takes it as an opportunity to press the ult button, but Viper is going to clean him up. It does not matter whatsoever though. And that 1,000 gold he'll have to find a way to use in game number 2, I believe, because Genji are going to wipe out the Nexus. And this game, an absolute statement from our second place team here in the LCK. Really impressive stuff as they will finally take this one down. The most important 50 gold goes to Peanut.
Wasn't close whatsoever here for Genji. Completely taking control of the game early on, as they should have, and then running with it. And coming into today, we had 2 big question marks. What is going to happen with Clit and Life? Clit, not really a part of this game, was there, but it was that first play from him and Life that backfired, that started this whole train. But even going back to that 2v2 kill in the bot lane, if Viper and Life are disjointed like that, that does not bode well. And they need to fix that ASAP, because that is, I think, the one thing that you can't have happen. If Peanut, sets up great bot side dives, if Chovy roams, that's a different thing. But the 2v2, Viper and Life can't be giving up these kills to Pays and Delight, because after this game, we see again what happens.
Pays doing so much damage here, and as we can see in the gold graph, it was just elementary. You can see that little bump where Pays and Delight pick up that first kill. I want to talk about Delight in that moment, honestly, like the polymorph timing, denying the last auto attack that was going to kill Pays. Absolutely gorgeous stuff here from the bottom side of Genji. And from that point on, it was so comfortable, the way Genji played around that advantage to get everything else on the map ahead.
The worst part to me is, even if Delight dies, like, Pays still gets a kill. Pays is still chilling, right?
No,
from there on out,
still
can't have that happen.
But we'll see whether it can continue happening, as Hanwha Life Esports will inevitably move to the blue side. We'll go to a short break, but when we get back to space in that game number 2.
돼. 이쪽으로 와줘. 잡으면서 다이브 갖고 와도 돼. 타워 먼저.
끝낼 생각하자.
네, 끝낼 생각하자 이거.
타워 먼저.
얘네 미드로 갔거든.
방해.
하얀색 그냥 깃털만 조심하면 돼.
나 집텔 살게 집텔.
집텔 타서 위에 타워 먼저 치고 얘네가 무조건 걸어주게 만들어야 돼.
나 미카엘 있어.
하얀이만 생각해요 그냥.
텔탑.
타워 치면 끝나 그냥.
얘 단어풀이야.
얘네가 무조건 쌈 걸어줄 거야.
다양한 풀 있어.
깃털 얘들아 많다.
세주 공 빠졌고. 세주
데리고 오던지. 데리고 오던지. 얘들아 그냥 가자.
이거 봐주실? 쏘리.
잡았어.
타워 치면 끝나.
그냥 끝내자. 너네 쌈 봐도 돼.
볼까?
쌈 봐도 돼. 어차피 끝났어. 너네 쌈 더 봐도 돼.
아까운 노플이야.
너네. 봐줄까?
나이스. 잘했다.
나이스.
시즌 킥오프 이벤트 팀 데프트 감정 표현이 출시되었습니다.
시즌이 거의 다 끝나가는 시점에서 이제 다시 시즌 전에 했던 킥오프를 이겼던 게 다시 생각이 나서 되게 좋고,
저는 아직 스킨도 없고 뭐 저를 나타낼 무언가 없었는데
되게 이겨서 이렇게 만들 수 있는 기회 얻을 수 있게 돼서 좋은 것 같아요.
일단 프로게이머를 시작할 때야 그래도 내가 이 롤 안에 뭔가를 남겨야겠다고 생각했는데
저를 모티브로 한 감정 표현이 생긴다는 게
너무 기쁜 것 같아요.
이제 은퇴에도 여한이 없는 것 같습니다. 일단 감정 표현을 생각할 때 일단 제가 좀 잘 떠올랐으면 좋겠어서 경기 끝나고 나서 한 손 떨리는 그런 모습이 카메라에 나왔어가지고 그 모습으로 아마 이렇게 바라보는 감정 표현했던 것 같아요.
저와 관련된 느낌의 이미지가 있었으면 좋겠고, 그리고 또 사람들이 많이 찾을 수 있는 그런 컨셉으로 만들고 싶었어요. 제가 지금은 던리가 없지만 옛날에 웃을 때 던리가 있었어서 그 웃는 모습을 좀 그렇게 만들고 싶었습니다.
제가 일단 그라가스를 좀 좋아하기도 하고 경기에서 잘하기도 했어가지고 그라가스를 좀 쓰게 되었고, 제가 평소에 이제 좀 리액션으로 많이 하는 포즈여가지고 그거를 좀 부탁했는데 그걸 반영해 주셨어요.
이렇게 얼굴에 V하는 모습을 표현해 달라고 한 것 같은데, 제가 쓰레쉬를 좀 강력하게 어필했단 말이에요. 제가 쓰레쉬 좋아해가지고. 근데 쓰레쉬는 분위기가 너무 다크하다 이렇게 하면서 락한으로 해주신 것 같아요. 제 감정 표현은 알파카가 이제 따봉을 하고 있는 건데 뭔가 그냥 비슷한 것 같습니다. 사실 알파카가 되게 눈이 똘망똘망하고 그래서 뭔가 상대방을 놀릴 때나 아니면 팀원들이랑 장난칠 때 둘 다 쓰면 되게 좋을 것 같아요. 슈퍼플레이를 했을 때나 잘했을 때 내가 이걸 뭐 저질러 버렸구만 이런 느낌으로 이제 어떤 상황에서도 쓸 수 있다는 게 장점인 것 같아요.
상대방이 뭐 스킬샷을 실수했거나 아니면은 뭐 게임을 이겼을 때
승리를 했을 때 이제 상대방 앞에서 약간 도발하는 느낌으로 쓰시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그냥 약간 이렇게 깔보는 느낌으로. 일단 귀엽습니다. 귀엽고 특유의 표정도 뭔가 되게 제가 생각했을 땐 귀엽게 잘 나온 것 같아가지고.
아무래도 되게 유명했던 밈이기도 하고 딱 봐도 이제 이런 뜻이구나 하고 정말 재미있는 감정 표현이기 때문에
제가 이제 솔랭 점수가 되게 높고 1등도 찍어봤거든요. 감정 표현을 구매하시면 여러분도 솔로 랭크 높게 가실 수 있을 겁니다.
감정 표현 재밌게 잘 만들었으니까 많이 사용들 해주세요.
제 감정 표현으로 많이 도발해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
한 번씩 이제 감정 표현 커가지고 보여주시면 팀 분위기가 좀 유쾌하게 잘 가지 않을까 싶습니다. 제 감정 표현을 쓰면서 이제 저 생각하라고는 말을 안 할 테니까 많이 사주세요. 많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 월요일까지 판매되는 팀 데프트 감정 표현 많이 관심 가져주세요. 감사합니다.
finals here in the LCK.
HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are back here after the pre-show we did before, but that was not very long ago because this game was very one-sided, relatively fast, and Gen G looked like the much stronger team. What happened here, guys?
Well, it seemed very transparent what Gen G's plan was, didn't it? When they banned away the Caitlyn, the Lucian, and the Varus on blue side, they were like, I think we're gonna put Pays on Zeri. It seemed pretty face up, and when HLE were like sitting there going, should we ban the Zeri? I was like, they're maybe concerned about the Ashe going through. And then they banned Jace, and we weren't huge fans of this over here on the space because if you just ban the Zeri, you change the entire game plan of Gen G, and it just felt super easy and super obvious.
Yeah, I feel like even if it wasn't Gen G, those 3 bans would signify a Zeri first pick, but the fact it's also Gen G with Pays, it was really obvious, and I think as well, not only did they do that, but they picked that Rakan early, which is such a clear signal that you can just take Zeri Lulu. It's not that hard of a lane. We saw it play out pretty comfortably for them, even getting that 2v2 kill, and then you have the super scaling combo. At least, like, if you held the support pick, maybe they would pick Rakan themselves. You could have a better matchup there, but it just ended up being a situation where it's like, okay, we have a comfortable lane, we have lane pressure, we have super scalers. Everything was going right from that point.
Yeah, it really just feel like Life Esports kind of gave them supreme comfort. They came into game 1, it's like, oh, we don't have to do anything new. We get what we really enjoy. Even Chovy going back onto Ahri, which he's now 17-2 on, which is insane. I didn't even know that stat. At the time we saw the Ahri, we're like, interesting with the Wukong doesn't really make sense, but it was just like supreme comfort for the side of Gen G, and it was like the easiest glide to the victory for them in this game.
Yeah, and we see this play coming out where it is a little bit of an overstep and they are able to nearly get the kill, but the damage isn't quite there. And this is part of the issue when you end up taking something like Rakan into the Lulu, is that you don't have as much pressure as like a Nord or Leona in those all-ins, and we saw it backfire there, but then this was the big skirmish where Pays was able to pop off.
Yeah, Pays is able to pop off here, a lot of kills given over to him, and with level 6 here on the Wukong, you're able to force these super well, and you also have a Ahri in the mid lane, so just a huge overextension here. This is a composition that will skirmish incredibly well. I think a lot of teams are failing to realize in playoffs specifically that Zeri is actually insanely good in the early game when she has setup, and she does so much damage. She's not reliant on mana, she's not reliant on her ability. She'll just chase you down, pick up kills early, and scale so incredibly well.
We've talked about this a lot in the past where it's like Zeri and Sylas and stuff like this where you just can't get away from them. If you start losing a fight, it just snowballs.
Yeah, I feel like there's Zeri and the Ahri as well. As soon as one person dies, that's just it. Like, the chase down comes, and the fact that he had that super long chase onto the Xayah, like sliding over the wall, like normally any other AD carry wouldn't get so many kills there.
Yeah, and it was a big issue because, like, why were they even that deep in the first place? Like, really trying to put in a lot of pressure. But
Raptors.
For the Raptors, for Vision,
the
to
whole
dive
game,
mid,
that was the trade-off.
It was a bit rough. It felt a bit forced, right, in Life. A little bit kind of starting off kilter here for the first one. Let's take a look at the second highlight because this was towards the end of the game.
Yeah, some of Gen G's Baron setup here and control was a little bit iffy, but then Life just hex gates in here with no vision, so they die, or he dies rather, and then this is a really easy call for Gen G to come over here and take Baron. And there isn't a whole lot that HLE can do about this anymore. They're super far behind in this game. Viper's not online, but they can't just give this up, or they will end up losing the game to the push that comes subsequently. So they decide to come over here, and there's not much default here for HLE. It's just a desperation fight, but it is the game-winning moment for Gen G.
Yeah, there was an earlier moment where I thought maybe they could like try and rush Baron themselves, but it definitely felt like at this point in the game, only a desperation play is like your best hope. And even if the chance of it working is like 5%, you just have to try it because the game really felt like it'd gone out of their control. Gen G, as you said, there were some mistakes with setup. They gave over a Hextech Dragon. I didn't think they need to, but in terms of the fights, the skirmishes, they weren't making mistakes.
Yeah, I think Gen G definitely could have played their advantages a lot more cleanly around those objectives, but I think with the leash that they were given with a massive gold lead, 5,000 super early, Chovy was able to build defensively to make sure that he was able to set up those plays for the Zeri. Then he went for Death Cap because he had all that extra money. It was just one of those games that's basically hard to throw. It's hard to lose, And even though I think Hanwha, like you said, could have tried for one Baron previously where they had a faster setup, they didn't commit, and they're going to have to be a lot more decisive in game 2.
Yeah, just felt like, again, it was like too easy for Gen G. Peas was just able to position really well and pick up a bunch of free kills, have like multiple Zeri moments, and basically they just ruled the map from minute 1. So that's a bit rough for Hanwha Life Esports. They will select the blue side here for game number 2, which I think is not too surprising, as we have mentioned before. But definitely one thing we have to consider is, what is Hanwha Life's drafting going to look like from here on out?
I think it makes it a lot easier because you don't have the must bans like the Annie just taking up slots on your bans, and the fact that you're on blue side, so you have first choice on things like the Zeri. It takes a lot of weight off. I do think that obviously we've said the things they could have done differently on red side to think about later in the series, but I mean, this is why teams are prioritizing blue side.
We could have also seen a Draven pick in this first game instead of going for the Xayah. It feels like Viper is so... like, he's just so hell-bent on playing this pick right now, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense. He's very good at it, but I'd like to see a little bit more counter picks, a little bit more like less comfort and more strategy here.
And that's the whole point of red side, right? Is the counter pick, and I feel like so many times you just see them, oh, you picked Zeri, oh, we'll just handshake a matchup where we're not really going to do anything. I'm like, if you're going to be on red side, especially in a best of 5, you have like so many games ahead of you, just go for something like the Draven. Try something. You know that you're less likely to win on red side from what we've seen, so at least try something out of the box.
Well, guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for the side of Gen G. It will be Peas. Not too surprising. I mean, you know, there were some setups from his teammates, but he was basically the one collecting everything and doing the damage.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to watch a highlight reel where he was served up some kills on a silver platter by HLE in the early game, and then obviously by his teammates later on. I think that there might be some stray votes for Peanut and Chovy, who helped set up this play in particular on an overextension from Hanwha Life. But his positioning was good, his chase downs were good. He dodged a lot of really important skills as well in some of these big moments. I don't know how much of that we'll see because this highlight reel is really just about the early game. But he was the main character, let's say, for this game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were giving him the goal, but then there was moments where he was stepping up, and I think he used the lead well. Obviously, Chovy also had a really strong performance, but this was just a pay show, and obviously supported by his teammates, but it's no surprise he ends up getting it.
You'll see a couple of votes for Chovy, who was kind of the guy who was like setting up some of those fights. So good luck for the side of Gen G. Guys, we are done here on the space for game 1. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thanks for the breakdown of that game number 1. Yes, a bit of a one-sided affair. This gentleman here certainly proving that a best of 5 does not make him afraid in even a little bit of a way. This time around, though, probably not going to jump onto the Zeri, and we'll see what Hanwha Life Esports have planned. Or, like, I feel like if Gen G moved to 2-0 up, the 3-0 is very, very scary.
Would you say inevitable?
For Hanwha Life Esports? I wouldn't say inevitable just because it is Hanwha Life, right? Like, they're a team that does have a lot of players that have a fair bit of tenacity, but they're going to need a lot more Chemtech souls to make me believe, as the Elise going to be the first ban on their side. The Aphelios taken away as well, as the Annie taken off the table. So, Hanwha Life, look, I hazard a guess that a Zeri first pick is what they're looking for as well. But, see what Gen G are going to be able to ban away to potentially alleviate that, as Caitlyn taken off the board as well. So, it's actually really hard, because if Gen G ban the Zeri, then Viper is very happy to crush on a Lucian lane. And that is not something that Pays can do in response, because his Lucian hasn't been as good.
I'd expect this to be a Lucian. Then if they go Zeri, you can go Varus Karma or Varus Heimer, and then good luck with whatever Hanwha is playing. That's going to be a very tough lane. I already mentioned, I don't think Pace has been nearly as good on more aggressive laners, but the Varus is an exception. He has been able to, with both forms, have an incredible amount of laning pressure. Also, of course, credit goes to Delight there, but it is going to be the Zeri instead, and that does mean that a Lucian first pick is available here for Hanwha Life, who would also force Gen.G to go for something a little bit different here.
The Varus seemingly too dangerous. So the Lucian lane, not something that they're going to go towards, unless, you know, you're flexing Varus in a mid lane or something, but there is, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, Lucian will be locked in. And so Gen.G, I mean, it could be Varus Ashe
like they could just actually have the archery lane. It's not as powerful as it used to be, but it is still very difficult to deal with.
And Gen.G could also pick up a priority jungler here. We have seen the Lee rising prio as... Ooh. I personally hope that they're not going to actually show what they're going to pick with this. For obvious reasons. I do think that the Xayah and Rakan actually struggle because of how easy it is to force out a Feather Storm, right? Yeah. With just a calling or even an aggressive dash forward. The Elise is taken away there, so that does kind of take away from some of the impact. But if Clid gets a Lee or Lee, Lucian, Nami, still a lane that is going to sufficiently scare you. Peanut with the Vi at the very least going to be able to have some early presence in the jungle here. Vi, of course, is a jungler that spikes hard on 6, but unlike, say, the Wukong, can also scrap with a lot of the current meta picks, as Zeka doing a fun throwback. And the Wukong here, I would like to see avoided. My main issue with the Wukong is that it doesn't necessarily provide the early game pressure that I think Hanwha Life should be looking for here.
Yeah, with a Lucian Nami, you want to be able to have at least the ability to threaten a dive on some of these stacked waves that we're seeing in the earlier levels. Gen.G going to be locking away the Xayah here for Pays. So already feeling a little bit better for Hanwha's ability to play in the early stage of the game, but nothing really shown here on Gen.G's side. I think they're still also pretty pleased, and I think the Wukong stands out to me as well, Chronicler. I think that that could have been a Jace, that could have been a lot of different things that could have been used very flexibly to create some of these more early game compositions. And in fact, this is what D+ smashed them with in the one game that they won against them, was the Lucian Sona plus Jace opening 3 picks.
And Hanwha Life still remains the same team, so I'm not surprised to see them go for something with more team fighting power. But it does remain to be seen how effective it is actually going to be, as the Jax going to get taken away here. And a R4 Gnar is a staple for many a team, Gen.G included. And with that Cannonban, I actually think that it makes it more likely, so I would expect Hanwha Life to also ban the Gnar to prevent that exact scenario. Another one is Redexon, of course, can go for the Redexon here, and Chovy can pick whatever he would like in the final part of the draft. Could even be a Ahri again. Ahri Vi is a combination that we know is very strong, and Hanwha Life are going to have to blind pick their mid laner, most likely. Generally, with how Gen.G operates, I would expect him to pick something for Doran here, be that a Cassante or a Gnar, and there is indeed the Ahri ban to come free. Do think that makes a ton of sense here.
And Taliyah is a champion that hasn't been doing a lot of winning here in the LCK, in the playoffs especially, but is sort of standing out as one of the options that he could go towards. Instead, the flex pick in the Cassante going to be looked at. 3 seconds to go, and they will lock that one in. So Doran could be playing it, Chovy could be playing it, keeping things up in the air as we look for some solo lanes out of Hanwha Life Esports. King in a whole bunch of things that he can go towards. Plenty of options here for him, and his Gnar, a possibility, might be the Chovy Silas angle if there is a Gnar on the opposing side, but we'll see where he does actually decide to go. Could be a difficult lane to get any sort of priority in.
And I'm wondering when are we going to see Veigar? Pick that has been kind of under the radar in this series thus far. And I do think into the Gen.G composition with a relatively limited range, that could be a solution here. Thank you, Zeka.
There it is. We're going to see it now.
Nice.
As it turns out.
Perfect. So, Chovy, what is your answer? That's...
Ooh, okay.
Okay. Cool. Well, Gen.G are going to try to do exactly the same thing as they did in the previous game. Look at that top side. If scaling bot lane, of course, in the last game, the scaling bot lane got ahead, so everything was chaos. But Vi Lissandra, we'll have a pretty good idea of how this game is going to go after the first 2 skirmishes, Atlas, because either Gen.G stomp them, and then they're on track, or they lose, and in that case, the Hanwha composition is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, Cassandra doesn't do a lot of damage if you don't get a whole bunch of kills early on. And in fact, I don't think we've seen it be successful at all here in the LCK. If Gen.G managed to do it here, I think it'll be the first time this season that Cassante Lissandra has actually been able to find a win.
After that first game, though, I think Gen G is up to the challenge.
I think
right?
so
That's
too. I
the
think
main
that
thing.
if you're gonna ever bet on a team to be able to figure out a way to make it work, I think that this is certainly one of them. However, with the fact that Blue Side has not lost a game in the last 6, maybe that's also something to take into consideration here. I still think that Hanwha Life are going to be feeling a lot better with this particular draft, but the play is also going to have to adapt and change, right? And if Life is continuing to be on the same form that he was in game number 1, you can have any draft that you want, and things are still going to look rough. So I hope that Dandy has given them some of Dandy's secret stuff, you know, in the back room. You know, they've come out of the coach's booth feeling a whole lot better moving into this game. As I feel like I have upped the amount of Space Jam references this season. So I apologize if you don't like Space Jam. Otherwise, you're welcome. And yeah, I think K-Sandra is going to happen.
I can see it. I'm a believer. I think Gen G is going to make the 2-zip.
Well, let's see whether it works as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, Gen G, already out to a phenomenal start here in game number 1. And we have to remember that last time Hanwha Life Esports were able to win a best of 5, it was only a couple of days ago, so we don't need to jog the memory too much. They were able to get a red side win in game 1 straight out of the gate. And so started off with a lot more momentum in that particular series. Gen G gonna have to force something else out of Hanwha Life this time. And history also going to be weighing on these players. Life, of course. You know, this is the first time that he's been not playing for Gen G in many, many years and is now facing down his opposite number. They've been able to win 1 game since he moved squads.
It's not a lot of games.
No.
Actually, it's not even games. It's just game.
It's in the game.
What?
It's more than a game.
I'm not asking for platitudes here, Atlas. I was just stating that factually it is just 1 game.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I was more just talking about WCG and that really cool song that they had a million years ago. As Zeka going to have to deal with Chovy yelling at him and throwing ice around. That is what the Lysandra does, especially here in Korea. Mainly focused on the yelling part. So apologies.
Is this just Jonah Strong's way of saying hello? Here she is again. If in case you forgot. Because none of these laning phase should be too action-packed here in the first few levels. But this one definitely isn't.
No, this is not where all of the action is going to be coming from. Also, here, having a look at this bottom lane, Viper and Life haven't been the more aggressive Lucian Namis in the laning phase, but I feel like Viper's mid-game on this champion has been very, very powerful. It's interesting because it's kind of Viper, Deft, and Gumayushi that play the Lucian the best here in the LCK, but they also play it differently. I think that like Gumayushi is just permanently hyper-aggressive, Deft very aggressive in the lane, and Viper more aggressive around the mid-game and getting things done in mid lane to get control of the map.
Yeah, T1 is the obvious example because of how well they play with Owner.
Yeah, they also just win everything all the time. So
yeah,
it's like the sample size.
It helps a lot. But I do agree with your assessment, and it's also I think one of the big reasons why we have seen pace struggle is because his Lucian actually looked best in late game team fights, which is not where at that point like you're already in trouble, right? If you got into like the late game of Lucian and you haven't been able to snowball the game, it's going to be very hard to play out. Nicely done there from Viper and Life. Free summoner, although I guess they both exhaust, so...
Yeah, I guess Life had used his exhaust a little while earlier.
Yeah, it's an even trade.
But it looked to
I thought it was free.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good deal.
It did look free from where we picked up.
But it wasn't free.
No.
They just paid for it.
They did. It was exhaust for exhaust. So did they even really pay for it, or is it just an agreement? You know, if you just both throw away something...
Well, no, you still...
Is that paying for anything?
Well, no, it's a fair payment, but you're still, you're still creating a contract where, like, you use exhaust and then I use exhaust. And
yeah, okay.
And then you handshake it.
It's like
fascinating.
It's
fascinating topic.
It's like if I walked over to you and said, "I will pay you $1 to throw your dollar in the bin."
Yes, that is a valid contract in many a place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What does it get you?
Well,
like, why would you do it?
It doesn't need to get you anything.
Doran is in trouble. Kingen gonna flash and not actually pick up first blood against the Cassante, and now both of these top laners don't have flash. The teleport is going to bring Doran back here, and he won't have control of the wave. That is the big positive here for Kingen on the Gnar. But for both junglers, these top lanes have started to look a lot more interesting.
That's a reminder for everyone to eat your cookies.
Yes. And drink your potions.
And drink your potions when you have them. Man, if Kingen actually gets the kill there, that's humongous. If he's able to just win with a flash or get a flash advantage there, that's also big. Now it's kind of whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Both top laners will be a lot more susceptible, but I do think when you look at the matchup, Vi should have a much easier time ganking a Gnar without flash, particularly in mini, than a Wukong 3-6 will have with a Cassante. Cassante in general, I think, very hard to gank, very slippery, and that is going to be the first Drake. We are having high impact Drakes individually early on here.
Imagine if it was a Mountain Rift. That would be insane. As Clid moving up towards his top side. Peanut going to join him here as well, as Kingen charging that Gnar bar. It's actually in a decent spot. They don't have... Yeah, the Q doesn't land. And Doran just playing with it. Okay, Kingen going to dive on forward. He's got the Gnar available, throws the house to the wind. And Clid, no Cyclone or anything like that, so Doran's going to be absolutely fine. Cassante has a few dashes, guys. Is kind of how that one goes. Circle of Frost comes in, and Chovy put into a cage, and just takes some Dark Matter. Doesn't seem to worry about it.
Peanut going in aggressive here. Does have Chovy on the backup, and he just is going to look at Clid.
Yeah. Menacingly.
Menacingly.
I was very intimidated by the fact that he just sort of walked and looked like he didn't even notice.
Are they just gonna... Oh, this is hard forced.
Well, Clid is going to be in the area. Wasn't able to get level 6 or anything like that as Chovy moves on in. He's got Frozen Tomb, and this is just... Like, what do you do against this, right? Like, Chovy can dive so easily. And Kingen's like, I'm getting out of here. I'm done. I don't want anything. I don't want any part of this. He gets the flash, but that is going to be it. He gets lit on fire as well as he's trying to kite it out, but it's not going to work. And first blood goes to Chovy on the Lissandra.
And this is one of the prerequisites of playing Lissandra. You can't just sit and wait, right? You got to get out on the map. You got to win skirmishes. You got to make plays. It's very ham-fisted, but if it works, right? Like, as pointed out, Wukong 3-6 can't really do anything about this. Might even get in trouble here.
Well, I think he'll have Warrior Trickster available. So Peanut not going to be diving anything or anything like that. Was able to secure the Grump. If he didn't get that, then I think Peanut probably just kills him.
Yeah, he probably will. And even now, Peanut's still happy, right? Forced to back. Can't go in there because Kingen, of course, is walking back from base. But still, Genji taking control of the early game again here.
Yeah, 1,000 gold going to be the lead. As Viper and Life with a lot more control here on this bottom side. No one's died just yet. Things very, very even. But if you're going just dead even with a Xayah lane, you're not winning enough, is kind of how it is. As we have a look at this one more time, do we need this replay? Poor Kingen. Just running away.
Look at the counterplay that's available to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't do anything about this, unfortunately. Very well set up, though, by Genji. Doran is able to not only tank the incoming gank, right, stays alive, knows where Clid is, but then Genji also make the response. Hanwha Life is a Gnar in a mini form is definitely susceptible, but actually making use of it is not something that we've seen a lot of teams do consistently. Great start here for Genji, and as you're pointing out, Atlas, Paze and Delight are completely fine. They've just been able to scale evenly. Viper also going for a Dirk, so further solidifying that he wants to try and look for early plays, but not finding any thus far. And if that remains the case and Pace can just get to his Gale Force, from that point on, I do think it'll be a lot harder to consistently find plays. And the Lucian is going to be somewhat behind. Nami doesn't get to snowball, doesn't get to sell her boots anymore. It's not a thing.
No.
It's going to take a lot longer.
Very, very difficult when the thrift store has been closed on Summoner's Rift. Now, is Kingen going to get hyperly procced? Throws some Qs around, does Doran. And Peanut up here looking to set up the first Rift Herald. And I really love how HLE are playing around the K-Sandra. Because it does have so much of this early power. And so instead of just saying, oh, well, now we've got insurance in our lanes, they're like, well, we're just going to take everything.
They should.
And we're going to see
100%.
whether you'll actually do anything about it. And in those situations, Gen.G are so powerful. Really is great understanding of how to make this one work. As Clid,
he knows.
Yeah, he does. And he's just going to lose his blue buff. Peanut just going to get out of there. And this is, it sort of has been, during these playoffs, one of the big issues with picking the Wukong. Yes, if you make it to late game, he's fantastic. You know, the ability to use the Cyclone to create team fights that are so in your favor is great. But if he gets put behind like this, it does become difficult. He's not actually that far behind, though. So Peanut just coming in and taking his lunch money with the fact that the map is completely out of control.
And my main issue is, as before.
Okay, Cullen going to be used here as Pays pulls back some feathers, but Viper says, nope. I will just continue hurting you.
My main issue is that I still think that the Hanwha Life comp has a lot of power. I think the Veigar helps a lot. But it's not like they win late game by default, right? Like, I do want to reiterate that, is that, yes, the composition from G can lack some damage when we get to the later stage of the game. They have a rather one-sided damage profile with Pays really going to have to do the heavy lifting. But even late game, overstep and like Peanut and Chovy still will kill you very, very quickly. And Hanwha Life not finding any leads here, and not being able to withstand anything that's been happening thus far, probably also going to lose this next dragon, is really worrying to me. Because you can't win a best of 5 by just hanging back and waiting for your opponent to make a mistake.
Well, I mean, you can, because they just did 2 days ago.
Okay, against Gen.G.
Right, okay.
Didn't let me fin.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether that is actually the truth, because we haven't seen Gen.G with this roster in best of 5s outside of the last game, and that was definitely a good sign. We cannot be counting our chickens, for they are still eggs. Oh, before they hatch.
Are they in the basket yet?
No.
They're not in the basket.
Nope, we haven't.
And they're not hatched.
Nope.
Are those the same eggs?
No, I think they're from the fridge.
Oh, no, we don't.
I think they're just straight out of the fridge.
Not going to have this discussion again as Chovy goes in.
Yeah, Zeker is going to flash. That is going to avoid the follow-up, but still, that means that there is no flash. And now we have a Chemtexel. I knew it. Dan's here, and so therefore, Chemtexel. So actually, bit of breath of fresh air. Which is weird because it's Chemtech for Hanwha Life Esports, with the fact that the Gen.G Soul is not going to be something that just instantly wins them the game, like a Mountain would have been, for example, or a Cloud, the greatest Drake in the game.
Yeah, it would have been incredible. Not going to be the case here, but now Zeka doesn't have Flash. And you remember the counterplay, right?
Yeah.
For Kingen? Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, he's going to have to put up a house to hang out in as the exhaust comes through. They are hanging out underneath this turret as Chovy going to go golden and keep himself alive, as they needed to keep tanking it. Really nicely done there. Juggling the aggro. And Zeka just going to be free food here for Gen.G.
I also don't think Viper and Life got the plate on bot side. I'm pretty sure I didn't see the gold go over. Maybe they were zoned away. Turret gonna be hit here by Shirley. Kingen gets a plate on top. That is nice. Plate gold is also gonna be forfeited here. But Gen.G are still sitting on an almost 2k gold lead now, early on in the game.
Yeah.
Making great use of this Lissandra.
And it really just doesn't look like Hanwha had any ability to do anything. Like, these set plays that Gen.G have been throwing out around this rift have been orchestrated to make sure that there is no way to deal with it.
Just play safe mid.
Yeah.
Like Zeka does as well as he can, right? Like, exhaust Chovy, clears the wave so that they actually have to dive, or to tank the turret, but doesn't matter.
Well, Doran says, if at first you succeed, come back and do it again because it's fun to get things right. But he just does walk past.
Is that the Australian version?
No, I think that's just the wrong version. It's the version that isn't actually real and isn't a saying.
Could have come away with it, Atlas.
No.
We would have all believed you.
I'm not about that. I need to make sure that everyone... Okay, never mind. Featherstorm coming down towards his bottom side. Cleanse has to be used immediately. The culling going to be thrown out, and Viper gets a bit of value, but not exactly going to be killing anyone. Featherstorm being on cooldown, that is big news, but there is still a cleanse there for Pays, Summoner Spells in advantage here for Gen G.
And particularly with a Lissandra in the game, I think the cleanse from Viper is actually, it's really big, right? Featherstorm is a big cooldown, will be unavailable here for a decent amount. And I'm pretty sure that they'll have both up by the time the next Dragon rolls around, so might not end up mattering too much, but I really, really value cleanse when there is a Lissandra in the game for very obvious reasons. There just isn't anything that you can do, right? You can't outplay it. You can't get away from it. If Chovy finds the angle, you're just going to be in deep trouble here. And the good thing for Hanwha is that they are stabilizing, right? Or they've stabilized, rather. It's a 2k lead, give or take, for Gen G. But the soul isn't too relevant, and they still have, even with Viper on a more bursty AD carry, an incredible amount of late-game team-fighting power with Wukong and Veigar and Gnar. But I think that lead is going to keep growing, Atlas.
We'll see whether it will, as this is a good start. They will take first turret here towards this top side, stretching it to about 3,000. Next Rift Herald going to be up in 45 seconds time, as well as Gen G move Pays towards this mid lane. And cleared. Cycloning Doran here, and clearing out a minion wave. Life will turn up. Now Doran, how many dashes do you have? Quite a few. Let's see how your surfing is, and he doesn't actually have to. That is cleared, grabbing the first kill here for Hanwha Life Esports. They'll need a bit more than that, but it's a good start.
Optimistic flash there from Doran. Does end up going down. Nicely done by Hanwha Life. This is how it starts. Got to find those pickoffs. Got to take away some of the map control, some of the tempo from Gen G. Taking out a Cassante, who often feels safe shoving in side lanes because with his ultimate and his mobility can be a very hard target to take down. As yeah, Doran's like, I'll just shove out this wave. And nicely done here by Clid. Doran can't find an angle, isn't able to actually, you know, get one of those big, like Faker did, Cassante ultimates where you isolate him and then just against Clid. He might still die.
That is Zeker in a bit of trouble here. He puts down the cage, but who's trapped in where with whom? And I think it's him being trapped there with Peanut and Chovy. They'll lock down yet another kill.
And like clockwork, every single time we see someone of Hanwha Life die, Viper's like, I gotta get it done. I gotta do something. Is very strong right now, as you can see there from that chunk onto life with his Guild Force done, Mandate's there, and he also has a Dirk and a Kirchai Shard, I want to say?
Yeah, the Zappy Dagger.
Zappy Dagger, thank you.
Yeah.
But more importantly, like, it doesn't matter because Gen G is still the one in control. They get the topside play, and they're feeding Chovy, which I think is actually really big because one of the issues that we pointed out with their composition is that they can lack damage. But if Lissandra is out of the curve, gets very fed, then Chovy will still do more than enough.
Oh, yeah.
And losing control of the game, which could happen if this mid lane turret ends up falling, and I think is likely with Herald now being taken here, isn't really worth getting an individual Drake for us. Zeka is like, oh man, just let me play the game, please. Oh my god, they're not even going to use it on mid.
Yeah, Peanut's going to say, yes, I will allow you to play the game. Play the game into this. As, yeah, I don't think he's got enough Dark Matter. As Peanut's tanking the turret, still looks like he's going to be fine because the turret is just already dead. The wave going to come through. Zeka will survive, but it's already enough. As Clid throws down the Cyclone just to try and keep this out of turret up, and he will be able to succeed in that. That is another cooldown used very defensively on Hanwha's side, and they're just firefighters right now. They're not even playing League of Legends, they're just putting out fires across the map.
And they don't get the kill on Zeka, sure, but they still get the turret, right? The inner is worth an incredible amount of gold. It's going to further accelerate Gen G. And yeah, them not being able to get a kill doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Chovy also able to get his Zhonyas now. And it's this aggressive play, another ulti. They're going to hold on to this mid turret, and I think that's a really good call. If you lose this against a Lissandra and Vi composition, like, you don't get to play the game anymore. Because you don't get to walk into your own jungle. Everything is going to be warded out. You're going to be shut out of vision. And that's where the game truly becomes unplayable. Right now, as long as they can hold on to that, I think there is still hope, even though the gold lead for Gen G keeps growing here.
We'll see. 3.5 minutes until the next Chemtech Drake is available. Kingen, just farming things towards his bottom side, does have his Trinity Force done. And Chovy, most gold in the game, but Peanut right behind him. Actually been a great game for Peanut's Vi this time around. He's just been everywhere. The way he's played so far forward into Hanwha Life has just been absolutely fantastic. Precisely what they need to do with this composition.
It's why we, I think, always get a little bit worried when you see things like Vi and Lissandra, because this is the situation in which it looks like super busted, right? Like, that topside play.
But you need to be that proactive, right?
You need to. And a lot of teams don't always get that done. In this game, Gen.G is able to. For now, I still am worried if they don't keep accelerating for them being able to do this into a late game. Veigar as, just great smoke out on Zeka here.
Oh, and he was still in vision.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Very sad times. Peanut is able to get the ultimate off, and then Chovy picks up the kill. Really big moment here. As there's these type of moments that get this Lissandra further and further ahead. As mentioned, 2 items right now, 2 stacks as well. Oh no.
Well, I don't know whether Kingen is surviving this one. Does throw the Vi around, but there's a cease and desist, and Chovy will still be able to lock down the kill. This ganking duo, we were talking about the Ahri, right? And Hanwha Life Esports, they were scared of the Ahri.
Yep.
Lissandra is even more locked down, albeit on a longer cooldown. But still, they are basically playing exactly the same duo as far as the functionality.
And one of the most often heard criticisms, a sold up might have some action mid-air, of Chovy, is that that is rapid fire cannon done right now as that's Lucianami. If you can get that around objective, which is why like this game is not over as good as it is looking right now for Gen.G. Still need to very much respect. Viper is still very strong in this game. But as I was saying, one of the most often heard criticisms of Chovy, which I think at times fair, at times not necessarily, is that he prioritizes his own lane over, particularly in high-stakes situations, over impact on the map. So seeing him in particular get a pick like Lissandra and actually make so many plays around the map is a really cool showcase of why we rate this player so highly.
Yeah, especially, I think that change actually happened halfway through last year.
Last year, yeah. I mean, it's been ongoing, right? But I think that narratives like that stick around for a really long time.
Yeah. There is still, of course, the perception that kind of doesn't go away. That's why first impressions, guys, are very important. And Chovy is going to hold on to that one for quite some time, but he has definitely evolved into a different player now. The utility has been something that he's really leveled up with, and Gen.G are just going to walk down this mid lane, and still, Hanwha Life are desperately trying to defend. They will be able to keep this sliver of a turret alive, as Chovy is splitting on the top side, and Gen.G, I mean, they haven't won the game yet, but they haven't let up whatsoever. We're going to need some heroics from these Hanwha Life Esports players find themselves back into this.
I'm expecting a really hard, even if they don't get the Drake, like Gen.G should hard force a fight here. Chovy has TP as well, although there isn't a great flank setup besides that bot side ward. Because look at the items, right? Quick Blades done here for Paze. 2 items done for Chovy. 2 items done for Peanut. 2 items done for Doran. They're incredibly strong right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and take advantage.
And he's going to flash. The Frozen Tomb already down, but it's a Minina. He's not going to be able to do anything about this. Doran's gone all out as the wave is going to go by majestically, but not do anything. As Doran's still dashing forward. Don't know about that one. That's going to be Zeka blocking down the kill. Double knock up into the backline, but it's a split fight. And already, Paze has taken down the Nami. Viper is exhausted. And Zeka and Viper can now do nothing about the onslaught of Gen.G. This is exactly what you were asking for, Chronicler, and Gen.G will be rewarded.
Gen.G's delivering. Misstep from Kingen on his trusty Gnar, gets taken down. Had such a good series against D+, but has been singled out often here. And the Gen.G composition is one that doesn't allow for mistakes. You can't be mispositioned. You can't be out of sight for even a second. It was that flank ward that we were talking about what actually ends up getting in the kill here. And yeah, Peanut goes in very deep.
Yeah, that's a grand entrance, the Vault Breaker, and a very dead Veigar. Chovy not even there because he's taking down this outer turret on the bottom side. And man, 4 turrets now. They are wiping this map out.
This is a clinic.
It is. And Hanwha Life Esports just not looking like they've really showed up this time around in the same way. And maybe it says more about D+ than it did about...
And I don't know about this play for Peanut. This is very optimistic. If that wave hits, he dies. And Doran getting trolled there by the cage, almost timing out, but it doesn't matter, right? You've already killed Kingen as, oh no.
Sometimes life comes at you fast, and other times life is in the river, wandering towards a Baron pit.
No, you come fast at life.
Oh yeah, well that definitely was what happened.
He's very dead.
Yes. Doran is on the bottom side of the map, not exactly the fastest split pusher, but Demolish is going to help him out there. And Gen G going to start off the Baron. TP in hand for the Cassante. And I don't know whether they can get past Chovy.
There's bounties on the map.
Yeah, no, this is very much in shellacking territory. Baron is going to be consumed, and Gen G, they can choose a lane. Bottom lane is prepped. Kingen, once again, overextended because this is a long walk. There it is. Frozen Tomb going to be used. The Gnar is going to be interrupted, and he is going to be able to crush, but he's still dead. Pays picks up the kill onto the Gnar. Viper looking for an outer turret in the mid lane in exchange.
If this isn't the most, like, Viper, the only one team who hasn't been taken down yet, just desperately getting a mid lane. That's a metaphor for what was Hanwha Life's, a large part of Hanwha Life's split, right? And against D+, they had a much better performance, but seeing what Gen G are doing here, I don't think the series will be very reminiscent of yesterday, unless Hanwha Life can really make a miracle happen in either this game or game number 3. But in this game, I gotta say, with this draft, if the bot lanes were swapped, I could see it. But right now, I don't think it's happening, right? Like, Lissandra is too fed. They have the pick potential. They have full map control. There's not that much that you can do here unless Gen G make major mistakes.
Whoa! I was pretty scared as, okay, there is cease and desist and another ulti from Chovy.
Yeah.
Yes, Event Horizon comes in. Cool. And the inner turret is going to go down.
You know what this is?
Doran was dealing with earlier on. What is this?
This is actually a Gen G callback to the first series they played against T1 at the start of the LCK. Because you know what happened to Pays that game? What Chovy is doing right now to everyone else.
That is actually true. It was game 2, right?
Yep, it was.
Wow.
It was not close. And
that was,
neither is this game.
That was one of the most impressive Lissandra games that I have seen. Chovy doing a decent job himself as the Everfrost is going to come forward. He gets exhausted and does go golden. Event Horizon is going to be there, so they might actually be able to get the kill. So they do. And as we were praising him, he does immediately go down. That makes it our fault, not Chovy's fault.
That one's on me. I cursed it. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, I stand by my statement, Atlas. I think it's a fun, historical similarity.
You can stand by the statement. Just don't make the statement again.
No, I won't. Don't you
that's
worry.
Not very nice.
Oh. A little hiccup into Veigar. The value of a stopwatch can be a little bit less. Delight. Why did you have to do that? Didn't have to finish. He finished Chemtech Putrefy.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not a great item in the comp for obvious reasons. It's very self-explanatory pick here. And then this is where Chovy gets a little bit too excited. And if he I think he always dies. Maybe if he like bubbles, but then Zekka's in time, and then he can stopwatch the cage.
His ult was like 3 seconds away from being up again.
Yeah, he could have just waited and it would be.
Yeah, I think that, sometimes you get that rush of blood, and the casters are talking about you in a positive light, and you're like, well, I'll just show them how good I am, and you go in.
But that's the type of moment you need. If Gen G make a couple more of those. There are options. Chovy immediately look at the spell book. It's like, not again. Not having that happen to me.
I will not be Event Horizoned. And he can now move towards the side lane as well. As I'm not entirely sure. It's Peanut who paused it, but not entirely sure why at this point in time. Looks like a bit of a frame drop. So we're just going to make sure that everything's okay. This is often a turn it off and on again type situation. If you've had any experience in IT support, off and on again is generally how you fix 98% of computer-related issues. And I believe that is what we're going to be doing this time around as well.
I gotta say, Atlas, that game number 1, I was like, okay, that can happen. We saw it happen yesterday as well. But this game number 2 is giving me, is getting me a bit worried.
Well, I mean, it's getting me a bit excited for what Gen G are going to be able to do in their next matchup, right? Like,
oh, I like that.
This is
I
what
like that framing.
This is what's really cool because we've seen Gen G be able to overcome T1 in the past. For example,
one time
last year. But T1 have looked so extraordinarily good this season. The best of 5 against KT, yeah, went to 5 games and it was a banger, but KT are also a very good team at the moment. And Gen G going to have to, you know, shake it all off, and now with Pays as well, go up against the squad without, you know, the ruler effect, which was, I think, a massive reason why Gen G were able to overcome T1 at the end of summer. It's a really, really cool thing to see Gen G performing at this level with that matchup looming on the horizon if they do manage to pick up the win.
And Gen G fans also going to be happy. Hanwha Live fans, they are believers. Without a shadow of a doubt, as you pointed out, this team has an incredible amount of resilience in best of 5s. We have seen every world champion on that team was not expected. In different amounts, of course, but EDG wasn't really. Maybe they were the favorite in semis, but definitely not in finals.
Well, I don't think EDG were expected to win from LCK fans and commentators, but I think for the rest of the world, they were...
I feel like after the... Because I remember the... specifically because the semifinal between Gen G and EDG did not look good, and the semifinal between T1 and Dom1 looked amazing.
Yeah, true.
It was a really high-level series, right? And I think that was why many people made jokes about, the real finals was in semis, when obviously that was a joke on the audience, because the real finals was EDG winning.
Yeah.
In an incredible 5-game series. And, well, I don't even have to mention last year. I assume everyone watched that.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
It was okay.
Yeah, and also 5-game series. It's just been a lot of 5-game series with a lot of these players. But I think it was grueling for both teams, right? I mean, EDG did the 15 games through knockouts. Same thing happened for DRX as well. So that same gauntlet was run for all of the world champions on the Hanwha Life Esports roster. When push came to shove, they were able to pick up the win. Now, they're not out of it, right? They'll be facing off against KT in the lower bracket if they do lose here. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is only game number 2. Gen G gonna have to win a whole extra game after this if they are going to make it towards the next winner's match in the next round, meaning that they still have that backup, the ability to fight for a spot at MSI.
Well, we just lost the soul, but that's not that big a deal because, well, it's Chemtech.
Yeah, and also you want to get to an Elder Flip a little bit faster. Hey, there we go. We managed to get out this time. It's been a lot of Hanwha Life Esports players just kind of not being able to get out, as Clid waits for his Q cooldown before getting over the wall. I like that. And Hanwha now find themselves once again with no turrets outside of their base walls and just trying to hold on for dear life.
And it's also, again, a Gen G draft that is fairly short range, so they're going to rely on either diving, which into this comp, good luck. There is Gnar, Veigar, and Nami, so not going to be really able to do that. But if you get a Baron here, you're completely fine. And that's what I expect them to try and do. We are going to be up in about a minute. And there is also, of course, Elder and a few times as well. You know, you take the Baron, you push down like a top inhib, it makes your setup for a subsequent Elder extremely easy. And with Elder, losing is very hard, particularly when you have a snowballing pick like Lissandra, who once the first kill comes through, kind of runs over fights. I expect that to be the case here as well. And Hanwha Life, even on blue side, really struggling here in this best of 5, Atlas.
Yeah, it's not really working. Whatever the game plan was, Gen G had a better counter option available for themselves. And I was actually worried when I saw the Lissandra Cassante, just because when we've seen it picked in the past, obviously it's been working in scrims and things for a lot of teams. This is the first time that Gen G have tried to employ it, but it did just look like it didn't have enough damage. They're not able to get themselves across the line, but with the way that they played the early game, with the snowball that was set up, it's really beautifully done. Okay, Gen G with full control of the vision, and Delight able to get over towards his Xayah without the event horizon ruining his day.
Clid, is this the flank to end all flanks? Well, he chose himself, so no. Yeah, they have zero map control. I don't think that they can test this Baron at all.
Yeah, I think this this Baron is definitely going to Genji. There's not a lot of ability
Safe bet. Yeah.
And this is Life Esports, the calm before the storm. You know, like, I feel like it's what, Pippin and Gandalf looking out over Gondor, seeing the clouds in the horizon, knowing that, you know, you're going to have the battle scene that lasts for about 3 hours coming up immediately after.
I gotta say, I actually like the Battle of Helm's Deep more.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess, you know, it was orchestrated well, as Doran's going to get knocked up into the sky and taken out. So Zeka able to get a kill back for Life Esports. Chovy's made that play before, not going to follow the claw this time as Peanut gets himself out. Viper now looks for Chovy. He gets slowed down as now he dashes forward. Viper not able to get the extra auto onto Delight. But Genji, fresh off a Baron, not actually finding it as Viper is just playing so aggressively here. The Tidecaller's blessing as well is making things so difficult. Really enjoying how they're able to defend in that instance. But I think it's like kind of, 15 to 20 minutes too late? 30 minutes?
It's a minus 500 Baron power play. You'll take that. If you can trade evenly and not lose any inhibs, I don't think the game's unwinnable. And if you do win this game, you are going to be feeling a lot better. As if I'm not mistaken, Doran did actually have, at the very least, I think he had like either Flash and or his Stoneblade available here. And maybe underestimating the damage that the Element were able to do. Or maybe he didn't have it available. Not 100% sure. Didn't check before because I thought he was fine.
Yeah.
And then he just went down very quickly. And in about a minute and a half, this Baron buff is going to wear out. And if you don't take an inhib, you can still set up for vision control, you can still choke out, and Humble Life are probably going to have to just run in blind and then die.
Well, Delight is going to have to grand exit from that one. Peanut comes on over to clear out this control ward. Does manage to do so as the entirety of Genji are set up in the area.
Yeah, they're just setting up for Elder. It looks like this Baron is kind of a bust. They lost a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Off of that kill.
Peanut going to continue to make things as dark as possible.
Viper, man. He is unrelenting. Delight on vision here.
Yeah. Looking for a back timing, and this is where Hanwha knows they have 4v5, or 5v4, I guess, on the map. Or a 3v4, considering the top laners have abandoned. Reset time before the Elder does come up in 55 seconds. And still, full vision control available for Genji in this bottom side jungle.
And I gotta say, I think Zeka will be able to finish his death cap. But going for Void before death cap here, besides the Cassante, there isn't that much MR. Actually doesn't have it yet. Still 200.
He does have
up.
360 stacks though.
No, I know, but like you need death cap.
Well, true. Cease and desist comes in. That is a very dead jungler, guys.
Never mind.
And that is really bad news. Kingen takes so much from the Frozen Thrall as well. As now the culling going to be used. Viper looking for his opportunity, but everyone moves so quickly. They are going to be able to get out of the way.
Like, it's very unfortunate. Oh, Doran.
All right, I've seen this one before. As Kingen's throwing things around. There's the flash to get out of the way of the bubble. And Viper does have to flash to escape Chovy here as Life is going to give himself up for the good of the colony. And Genji now with 2 picks on both of the utility champions on the side of Life Esports. This should mean that Elder is just freely collected by this squad, and they have just not let go of control of the entire series so far. In these first 2 games, it has been Genji just running the entire show.
Yep, for the entire duration of both games.
Yeah.
And Elder gonna get picked up here now. Hopefully that will allow Genji to actually clean out the win here and be tough. But you also see, like, Humble Life isn't losing because I do think that, like, diving against this team, hard engaging against this team is very hard. But when it comes as, oh, I love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really, really good. Obviously, here, by waiting, you maximize the amount of overlap you're going to have with Baron and Elder.
Yeah,
right? So
give it a little bit of time.
Yeah, because they're not close. You have full control of the bot side jungle. And you're already able to move towards the top half of the map.
Yeah, holding it for as long as possible, and there it is.
Man, love that. You don't see optimizations like that very often. Really, really cool here.
I think you only ever really see it when someone's about to respawn.
Yeah,
that is
one
the
we see a
only
lot.
real time that you get to see it, instead of waiting to make sure that they can utilize it to get some push, and then go back and guarantee a Baron with the Elder. And as we see, they'll have a minute of time.
A full minute with Exodia. That should be enough.
I have a feeling that they didn't even really need the Baron. However, they are now going to make sure that playing by the book is the most guaranteed way to win that they can get. Because they did make a couple of hiccups, right? Like Chovy falling down, Doran finding a death there, but it's really, in the grand scheme of things, not going to affect the fact that I'm giving them at least an A+ for this performance in this game so far.
What would you rather get, an A+ or an S-?
An A+, absolutely. Because if I got an S-, I'd be wondering like why it isn't an S. Whereas if I got an A+,
they're like, nice.
I can just say there isn't an S.
Okay, but there, in this hypothetical, there is an S, and you know it exists.
No, but I don't have to explain to whoever I'm telling that I got an A+ that an S exists.
There you go.
It looks way better.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Exodia getting drawn here.
Yeah, it's going to be picked up, and not a lot of response, much like the last time, is going to be available. Humalife sort of grasping at straws. There's just not a lot of options as far as what they can do. It's only really Viper that's capable of trying to do anything in this game, is what I've sort of noticed.
Genji, we do have to go now. There's 40 seconds. Gotta pull the trigger somewhere. That's a choice.
Well, Doran he is not very afraid. Peanut going to be clearing out control vision here towards his bottom side, as they are going to utilize these lanes, try and get something done. Event Horizon now on cooldown. That could be something they can use. And yeah, with this Elder still available, they are going to at least break open the base. Echo, I mean, what's the option? What are you supposed to do against this? As he just pulls him through the wall. It's a great double bubble, but I think I know what it means, and not a whole lot, as they take down the Gnar like he was nothing, like he was a paperweight. As Life now on his fountain, and Genji, they will obliterate Humalife Esports here in game number 2 and set themselves up for a very early match point in the best of 5.
Looking like the most one-sided match in playoffs thus far.
Yeah.
Not what we expected, given how strong Humalife looked against D+. The KT Sandbox match was messy. KT was clearly the better team, but it was... At no point did it look this one-sided, I think.
No.
The only thing that comes closest was the first game that T1 played yesterday, but with how that series evolved, not the case. And in game number 1, it was all about the bottom lane. In game number 2, it was mid-jungle. Chovy and Peanut got Vi and Lissandra, a combination that made us like, ooh, are they going to play proactive? And then, oh boy, they did.
And it's a combo that we've seen be unsuccessful recently as well, which really says even more to me about how Genji played this one out, because it is one of those compositions that relies on proactivity, something that we haven't seen leveraged all that effectively in high-pressure situations. And Genji did not care about that at all. They just followed their game plan, and they played exceptionally well. Viper also, I mean, he did the best that he could, right? Did a lot of damage.
He tried really hard, man.
He did, but this game was about Chovy, and it was about Peanut, and they just consumed the solo lanes in the jungle of Humalife Esports. The bottom lane just did not have a lot of relevance. And I think in these last 2 games, we really have been provided with the reason why Genji is so scary. And it's because they can play through multiple different power points. As long as it's not top lane, they have win conditions absolutely everywhere. And even sometimes Doran in teamfights does find the angles. It's amazing to watch when they're in form. We'll see whether they can continue to be so as we move towards game number 3 after the space.
배가 이뻐졌어.
아 이거 베이가
나 배가 볼 수 있는데 배가 어때? 배가.
천천히 봐. 베이가 베이가. 나이스. 애들 흥분하지 말고. 나를 꽂았어. 나를 잡았고. 나이스.
아 좋다. 한번 포기긴 하다. 잘했다.
아 너무 잘했는데 이거.
아 잘했다.
나이스. 가볍게. 좋았는데 지훈 씨.
place team skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.
HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 of that one, which was a very one-sided shellacking from Gen.G over Humble AP Sports. We thought game number 1 was comfortable. This one was a different kind of comfortable, as we did switch sides here for the draft. What did you guys think?
It's wild that Gen.G was able to win this game without any involvement from their bot lane at all. It was kind of, I felt like, insulting to top 3 AD carry pays that they just didn't let him actually do anything on the Xayah, and they just played around topside and dove over and over and over and over and over again. And as a casters, we're kind of jokingly saying there's not a lot of counterplay when you fall behind against this Lissandra dive we're seeing with the Vi. And with mid-prio, he's just everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a good use. You know, obviously Veigar are not the best at contesting that in the early game, so opting for something where you're going to really push the pace of the game. Part of the issue I have with Honma's composition, though, we saw them beat Deep Burst by using like a lot of strong team fighting compositions. Yes, they fell behind early, but it's like you could see the angle when it got to the 5v5. With this composition, I didn't really see the angle at all. They didn't really have easy engage, like it's pretty much down to the Wukong, or maybe if there's a Mega Gnar, but against the targets like a Xayah, it's just not happening. So it just felt like a slow loss where there wasn't too much recourse.
Yeah, I really don't like Veigar picked in these types of situations. First of all, blind, but also when your comp is trying to now do completely different things. You're like, I have a Lucian, but I'm also looking for Gnar for the counter pick, but I've got this Veigar, which seems kind of safe and it's going to scale. Like, these 3 picks don't work together really ever at all. Like, you're not setting up for late game team fighting for a hyper carry, late game AD carry. You have the Lucian that wants to get tempo, but then you pick Veigar, who can very rarely and almost never really get you the tempo you need to actually use the Lucian well. It feels like these drafts for HLE are really concerning in terms of what the game plan is. It feels like comfort here and some counter picks, but there's not really a theme. Whereas you look at Genji's comp and you know exactly what you're in for. You know exactly what you're trying to do. And the Xayah, which didn't end up being that relevant this game, actually works with this composition very well with the additional CC that she can provide.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward in that sense. You know, it feels like Life Esports are picking pick by pick, whereas Genji are picking for the top 5. So it's like the 5 fingers versus the fist. The fist is winning every time so far. So we did go over this draft in a lot of detail. Let's check out some of the gameplay, which also, you know, Genji had a strategy. They had a composition behind that strategy, and they executed it very well.
Yeah, I think some people have had criticisms in the past of Chovy, that he was too lane focused. Obviously that's somewhere he really excels. And then this is on display how this player has grown, just super active on the map, moving around, finding these opportunities to set up. But it felt like every time this Gnar tried to exist, you're getting the Vi there, you're getting the Lissandra there, again making plays like this on the Veigar. They really set the pace of this game.
Yeah, it's one of those games too where you could just see that Veigar in the early game is just not going to have a lot of agency at all. The juggle on the aggro here, the turret is well played. And this is the final moment here of our first clip of just these early kills coming through from Peanut and Chovy. Teleport is committed, and they're able to stop this teleport with the ult. Really easy. And like, this is one of those moments where you watch Chovy run around the map and you see that the coordination is there. Peanut is the brains of this team, and it feels like Peanut is just like saying, charge, like go, you know, commanding him. And Chovy's like, I will go in, I will dive them, I will kill them.
Yes, my captain, I will follow.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see that not only did we have the return of the orange buff, we also had the introduction of the purple buff as well in the mid lane, so Veigar kind of adding into that. And, you know, jokes aside, this is a very one-sided playoffs. I was expecting a little bit more back and forth. I'm feeling kind of bad for Life Esports. I hope they got something in the tank, because if we jump to highlight number 2 as well, Genji, they get this lead with the excellent early game play, and then they just wipe them on the dragon, and it felt pretty over from here.
Yeah, there was still quite a bit more of the game left after this, but I felt this was the point where the game was just over. A snap engage again coming in here. The Gnar just doesn't really get to do anything, and then in the follow-up fight, there is some resistance, right? But the goal lead's already there. It just feels like everyone on the side of Genji has abilities to make plays in the situation, push the fight forward, and Hanwha Life are just scattered.
Yeah, and even though Pays doesn't do a lot of damage this game, in this fight too, you could see on the top parts of it that like Viper on this Lucian, where he should be at his strongest, is not able to even compete with the Xayah. There's no front line for him. The Gnar is taken out early, doesn't have a good Gnar bar management there, and even if he did, he still probably dies to all that CC in the lead. Very messy here, and this is my biggest concern coming into the series is Hanwha's drafting. You know, we talked about it actually off the show a lot, where I was like, if the drafting from Hanwha looks like it did in their previous series and in the series at the end of regular season, I think Genji is always going to have an edge. And so far in these first 2 games, Genji's draft have looked much better.
The thing is, at least in some of the games against DK, there was like, okay, you haven't opted into strong lanes, you are going to take a bit of an L there. Sometimes they out-navigated it with good skirmishes, but at least you see it come together in team fights. I don't even feel like they have that. Like, if you're going in this game 3, at least give yourself an option so that if you get to that dragon point we just saw, you can win the 5v5 and then hope you just hands diff. That's better than just like what we're seeing here, this mismatch where I don't see the win con unless you just smash them in the early game, which isn't happening.
I was joking off camera during that game. I'm like, maybe they're just practicing in this best of 5 and they're just going to make a run through the lower bracket because now we have double elimination for the first time. Like, you know, Mowgli and Kingen and Zeka, they've done this before where they're the underdogs and they come back and they make a big, huge win, obviously, in Worlds last year. So maybe, but also I think it's going to inspire a lot of confidence on the side of KT looking at this and saying, well, we almost beat T1. We could probably beat these guys. As should be mentioned, HLE did select blue side for game number 3.
I was actually a little bit surprised they did it in game 2, and then the draft that we got here in that last game was very uninspiring. So I was hoping they'd go back to red side and maybe try to change things up or have some specific picks, because that's part of why they won in that previous best of 5 against D+. They had like the Yasuo pick, which worked really well. But these drafts have just felt really flat to me, and I don't know if having first pick is really going to change that.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, you know, blue side, red side, if you're not utilizing them effectively, if you're not giving yourself a cohesive comp, then it really doesn't make that much difference.
Yeah, it's turning into a big deal bit by bit. But guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does get it for game 2. It will be Peanuts, as he did not die a single time and was the captain of the ship in game 2.
Yeah, I feel like it was him and Chovy just moving around the map so well together. Obviously, such a big voice for the team leading the charge, but performing so well in this Vine, it felt like Clid was completely shut out the game. I'm not sure if the clips will show here because it was a bit later on, but there were countless times Clid was just trying to step into his jungle, maybe to contest some vision, contest some objectives, and they would immediately just shut him down. The execution was on point.
And like game 1, I think there will be some Chovy votes because he and Peanut did this together as a unit. Yeah, this was one of those moments you're talking about where Clid is just trying to exist as a champion.
Another one.
Yep. And Peanut, I mean, he got GA super early because he was very fed early on, so he could actually do this without really any fear he was going to be picked. And yeah, some Chovy votes. I think this is a good split. I mean, it was basically the two of them who made all the early game plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the split we expected. Perfect split.
It's a split right down the middle as much as you can with 11 votes. But guys, that was game number 2. I'm hoping game number 3 actually delivers and we get some really nice back and forth action, but remains to be seen. Let's go back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 2. And here we are for potentially the final game in this series, unless HLE Esports can do it again. These 3 players that we know have it in them in these best of 5s can do it and can stop being held back by some underperforming.
And here's why.
Why?
It's because when they lose here, they're not actually out.
Yeah, this was.
I'm seeing this. I'm like, I believe it.
Yeah,
I get it now.
Yeah,
because the alternative is they're just very predictable and not having a good day, and we're going to get a quick 3-0. So I prefer to believe in miracles.
I drafted a tweet to exactly the same thing.
Really?
I deleted it. Yeah. I just didn't want to put that thought into the universe. As HLE will elect to jump back onto the blue side once again. We've seen it pick up more victories so far these playoffs, but I don't think that it's really the thing. Side selection isn't really it for this series because HLE just haven't looked as there on the Rift. Gen G have had a game plan that they've played out beautifully. We heard the space talking about it. The fact that Gen G just look like the team that know what they want to achieve with their drafts. The fist versus 5 fingers theory is a good one. As once again, Zeri Annie taken away. The Caitlyn still yet to be banned, but I have a feeling that it will still hit the ban list. And Varus left up and available. Sejuani was the other HLE Esports ban, which will now go through.
Rakan.
Yeah.
I don't love the Rakan ban. I think Rakan, while definitely a strong pick, to me doesn't necessarily deserve this level of respect. I know Zai Rakan is a strong lane. We've seen it be punished pretty consistently. A Varus first pick here seems like a no-brainer. And then Gen G can go Sejuani Ashe.
Yeah.
To start it off, if they want to.
Whoa. Why is Nami there?
They can also go Kate Lux, but we have seen Kate Lux actually struggle against Varus and Karma, or Varus and Heimer. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G don't want to go in that direction. I wouldn't even mind if Gen G just pick topside and go for Ziggs. Again, like, I don't think Paze's Ziggs play was necessarily great, but, you know, he was still Ziggs, so he pressed R and then Varus died a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be opposed to that, but it's going to be Ashe.
Why is there Nami?
under Viper?
I don't know.
What is she doing? What does it mean?
She's sending a signal. Okay. But we will have the Ashe and the Jace locked in here. And the Jace has been a pick that has kind of been going under the radar. We have seen it used with great efficiency of...
Ooh. This was the Peanut special, if he is going to go towards the tank Maokai, but no, it is just a hover for now. And Clit, thinking about just heading back towards the Sejuani, not wanting to allow the Ashe Sejuani solo CC to come through there. And so, will it just be the bottom lane being locked down here? Could, of course, just be Varus Karma, something like that.
Do think that you need to lock in a support here. While the picks are going to get taken. Is it going to be the Jarvan again? That is a live special. That's one of the main things we've seen picked into this Ashe. Not going to be the case though. The flex pick taken away here for Gen.G. Not going to give them access to that. As the Cassandra gets picked up, I assume, for Kingen. But at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if Zaka ends up picking it.
Yeah, as the Jace being flexed currently between Doran and Chovy as well. The Cassante can sort of follow him around if it would like to. It's not my favorite matchup, but does tend to nullify as, okay, that's Pantheon. So Ashe Pantheon bottom lane? Do we have Pantheon into Cassante in the top lane? Is it Pantheon mid lane? Because Chovy just wants to have a good time. I don't know.
It might even be jungle?
True.
Okay, so hear me out. Pantheon did get some changes recently, and I actually do think that the pick is somewhat underrated, but it really matters where he ends up played. I think Pantheon support really shouldn't be good.
I don't think it was supposed to be good when it was good.
That is true, though. And you know, point and click CC against Varus can definitely be efficient here. My guess would be it'd be mid, but I feel like blinding it doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm very confused, but I'm very excited. So let's see where this ends up going, because we don't really know anything. Because Ashe can be support or AD carry, don't know that. Jace can be in multiple lanes, Pantheon can still be in like 3 of them.
And I'm not sure whether Pays was in the camp of the QMax Ashe that we have seen
Could be the case.
Being played.
Yeah.
By a few of our players here, the LPL and Gumayushi. Gumayushi was playing it a little while ago, and it does mean that other players have gotten wind of it. As LeBlanc going to be taken away from Chovy.
So you pick jungle here 100%, because then they still don't know, right? Unless Pantheon is jungle, and if we're scrambling, imagine if you're Hanwha here and you're like,
yeah, where are these things
Where is it going? What is happening?
Who are these players?
Well, we know that, I think, at this point. Okay, so we know that it's not mid. That means it's probably support.
Although, if you go back a couple of years, Chovy was spamming Vi-mid over and over again.
It's not Vi-mid. I'm feeling at this point safe to say that it will not be Vi-mid.
Okay.
They do need, though, a form of AP. So someone needs to go in that direction. What if they just end up like R5ing Ziggs? There's like Ziggs Ashe bot, and then Pantheon mid, and then Jace top.
Wait. So we need a support, don't we?
Well, we don't know because Ashe could be support.
No, I'm talking Hanwha.
Oh, they do need support, yeah.
So Blitzcrank being considered, okay.
I feel like this does amount to a blind Blitzcrank.
But it's still into an Ashe no matter what.
That is true.
And Blitzcrank into Ashe has always been pretty good with her lack of ability to do dashy stuff, like a lot of AD carries do have available to them. Would like the Blitzcrank, and it is locked in here.
So it will be Panth support. Okay.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's Viari.
And it's Delight as well. So going to be going towards something that is going to allow Peanut to dive early, in theory. I guess. Kind of fun.
Yeah, I have no idea how this one is going to go. I'm very excited to see how this is going to work out. Because Pantheon jungle, I know was actually getting spammed by some junglers, I think, in the LPL as well, if I remember correctly. But Pantheon support, we have not seen. in a long time. Also going to be taken out, looking which build Pace is going for, because we've seen some great builds.
Oh man! Oh no! No! Don't remind. Oh, Chronicler! Don't you?
W Max.
No.
Ravenous Hydra.
Oh no!
So I hope it's not that.
I very much hope it's not that as well. We've also seen some on-hit variants that have been experimented with. I personally love the more Kraken Slayer heavy crit builds that we've seen a lot of, and that's I believe what Deft started playing on the 80 carry Ashe that we quite enjoyed. But yes, anything but the Ravenous Hydra Muramana build. That is the one I dislike to no end, and I know that you're there with me on that one. And hopefully Paze doesn't let us down. I don't think he's going to let us down, right?
He hasn't often, no. He's been very consistent. Curveball here for Gen G. Now, I do have a lot of faith in Delight on Engagey supports. But is this the Varus answer that we've been looking for all along? Zeka also, we haven't even talked about this, but the composition from him I think is great, right? You have double solo melee lanes with Sejuani. You have a ton of pick potential. But I'm just so thrown off by this Gen G composition, Atlas, that can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it is definitely a different look to what we saw in games 1 and 2, and we'll see whether Hammer Life Esports can utilize that to grab their first win here. Let's jump onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see already, Paze and Delight with beautiful skin synergy. And I think that is like one of the main things when you're looking at a bottom lane, skin synergy.
It's also lethal tempo, Atlas, so you can...
Well, that's...
You can rest easily, knowing that at the very least...
Yeah, the first test has been passed, and we'll see whether it's flying colors or not.
And now it's...
If we see the shield bow, that's when we're like, oh, I could have been happier. But that's fine. Already, things looking A-okay.
I mean, obviously, it's going to be Guild Force. Because, you know, you're playing into Blitz and Yone and Sejuani.
Yeah, I guess, you know. I wouldn't...
I don't think it'll be.
I hope not. I do just think that good old Kraken Slayer is a bit strong. But it does mean that Paze's positioning has to be fantastic. Blitzcrank can certainly throw some spanners in the works. And let's see how Delight is going to be able to play this one out as well. Throwing sticks around in this lane. I do need to preface this game with the fact that I don't say Grand Starfall. I don't like it. I think Grand Skyfall is too cool, so I just still say it. So I'll probably say that by accident when the ult comes through. I do know that it's Grand Starfall.
Yeah, we talked about this on the desk like yesterday.
Yeah.
Pretty extensively.
I don't think it was on air.
No, absolutely not. No, I'm just letting everyone know that we did discuss it.
This is a discussion that we've had in the past, yeah.
It has been ongoing.
It's one of those things. As surprisingly, it is Delight's first pick of the Pantheon. And Kingen struggling here into the Jace in the early levels. No surprise.
You haven't seen this in, like, what, 2 years? 2020? 2020, maybe like 2.5, because it'd be summer 2020?
The Pantheon support?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I assume we'll probably get some word on that one. Who do you think played it last? Was it Beryl? Yeah, it was Beryl?
I'm defaulting to Beryl because, you know...
He was the Panth guy.
He was that guy.
He liked playing it. As Trovy has the wave in a pretty nice spot here, up against Zeka's Yone. See whether Zeka can actually get over and grab this. He does unbind the soul. Should mean
the cannon.
The cannon is going to be got it. Nicely done.
Oh, but Chovy is going for Electrocutor. I actually really like that. He went for Spellbook last game, utilized the utility pretty well, but Electrocute, very, very different level of power, type of power as well. Obviously, you're going to be less versatile. But into the enemy comp, I do really like it, giving himself a ton more assassination potential. That's something that made a big difference in the previous game. Him being able to snowball the map with Peanut as Clid. Might be thinking towards a bot lane gank. We do see Paze and Delight really playing it very safe and actually going to move over, I think, to secure this for Peanut, I assume?
Or just to secure it for themselves, just to get vision in the river.
No, with Peanut's movement. Gonna assume this? No? Okay, I'm gonna pick it up.
Yeah? And now Viper, who is just holding the wave towards his turret, should be able to even out this CS number that we're seeing. He has gone for the lethality version of the Varus as well, as Peanut moves in here. Will this be a first blood that they can collect, or can Clid grab one first, or at least a flash out of Chovy? I don't really see them killing the Ahri here from full health. Zeka going to get a bit of a knock-up. Delight puts up the shield, and everything should be fine here in this lane. And a hook land.
Really big here. Yeah, I think that part of the reason why Pace and Light roamed over because they didn't know where Clid was, and they the wave was pushing away from them, so they were able to get a crab to kind of equalize the CS. But then here they were denied the crash again.
Hook is going to connect, but the shield goes up. And yeah, Spartan pretty good at the good old defensive play here.
Yeah, that's one thing I was kind of surprised about with the Blitzcrank. Like, obviously Hook and Ashe is amazing, but up until like later stages when you get to the post-laning phase, I don't think that the Pantheon is really going to care. Peanut going to use the on-hit health damage from his W to start up a very early Draker, pre-first back as well. And if all you pay is Raptors, and be feeling good about that trade is... Oh, Zeka is threatening a little bit here.
Yeah, he's actually going to rotate over to see whether he can bother Peanut. The Soul was unbound, but Peanut is still going to have to give this one up as information was given. And Clid going to move on over, and actually, no reset going to be available. This is a big one. First Drake, and Hanwha coming on over with a Sejuani to steal it away. When was the last time we saw that happen, Chronicler?
Really good game sense there from Zeka. Able to, very early on here, get his team a lead as...
Another hook is going to come in. Arctic Assault comes down as well. The Delight lit on fire and will be destroyed. Hanwha grabbed themselves first blood as well, and I feel like this is the first time they've done anything in an early game, even remotely, proactively. Better late than never, I guess.
Gen G getting completely thrown off by Zeka there. Zeka has the earlier back as a result. Oh.
Okay, he's going to ult onto Chovy here as well. Gets his Spirit Rush out. And that is going to delay him as well, so nicely done.
What is early look here from Hanwha.
It's like Hanwha, like, they keep backing into the room, and then their backs hit the wall, and they're like, oh, I know where I am now. And then they've been grounded, they've figured it all out, and that's when they can start playing. Maybe that's something to be said about it. Or maybe it's that Gen G's composition is super weird, and they maybe have less of a plan as they've had in the last couple of games.
Yeah, this Pantheon really threw me in draft, and so far, not sure. Pace is going for the on-hit variety of Ashe here. Picked up the early steel caps, and clearly going for shield though. Peanut doesn't have Smite, and Clid does. Like, Peanut has, at this point, wasted about, like, I want to say a minute.
Well, Charm is going to come forward. His life doesn't pick the juke. And Chovy is going to be absolutely fine.
So, last time we saw Pantheon support was actually last summer by Carrier.
Aha!
That's a lot faster than I was thinking.
Yeah, me too. As that cannon also not going to be consumed there by Viper. So Gen G well and truly back in the lead. As it's only 500 gold. So we're singing the praises of Hanwha Life Esports mainly because they're actually doing stuff, making plays at the beginning of this game, right? And that is so much better than what we've seen throughout this series. Is Peanut not going to get permanently frosted, but will lose his chickens, even though they do have some patience issues. Zeka taking a lot of damage here, but nothing to be too worried about. As Doran hit by a Q, Kingen going to deter him from the overextension. As Clid looking to start off Shelly. Everything coming up Hanwha so far. Gen G's still in it when it comes to gold and things like that though.
Are going to see Doran is aware that this is happening, and Gen G should be able to trade here. Zeka doesn't have TP, so at the very least they'll be able to get a plate in mid as all.
Alright, Viper going to get stunned up, does have to flash. Chains of Corruption goes wide. They get both Summoner spells out of this Varus in trade of just Delight's Flash and Ignite. As Q going to connect there is now an all-out being utilized here by Kingen. Doran going to get towards the safety of his turret, and I actually thought the Kingen was in range of that one, and if he was in range of the turret, he may have just straight up died. Doesn't actually happen though. He is going to be able to get the shove towards this one. Doran He's looking to try and lock down as many minions as he can as Kingen. He knows the Doran doesn't have teleport. So he's going to lose out on a lot of this. Peanut and Delight moving on up as, oh man, he even manages to get the cannon.
What a win.
Yeah, I feel like King probably could have prevented that, but Doran actually going to be let off the hook a little.
Oh, this is bait. Yeah, this is, oh no, I'm Chase. I'm shoving out the wave. But King of respect, knowing that Pantheon is on the map, has level 6, so you need to play very, very safe. And this is where we should start to see the impact, right? The light, they can place across the map. And as pointed out, this is one of the things that you do run into with Varus, is that even in lethality form, you are a stationary AD carry. And, you know, even with the kill on the light lane, that even him. And gold lead is nice for Hanwha, but it's just a start. It's not enough to solidify, right, the early game to kind of make us not be worried about some of the mid-game issues that they've run into. But it's a much better look from a team that has been struggling so much in these past 2 games.
Yeah, and I actually think that like it's been more early game issues than mid game issues, right? Because they just haven't been able to play a mid game.
Sure.
This whole series, right? It's just never really been.
Oh, Delight!
As Grand Starfall gonna come down here towards the bottom side. Pay's gonna be able to lock down the kill onto Viper. Nicely played there. Not a lot of counterplay availability for the lone Varus. His life kind of left him on his own.
Man, yeah. This is the problem. Once those sums are down, you can't just always sit underneath your turret, right? It just doesn't work. As, ooh, we have a multi-man roaming squad. All very strong, but Pays in the light, just peace out. And now completely fine.
Might be that now Viper with his Ghost Blade might be able to walk up and claim this wave, but no, it doesn't happen. Second Drake is going to be started up here instead. I'm alive. Let's see what soul it is going to be this time. As a Mountain Soul. Oh man. So, if Gen G get control back of this game, they never lose it. That's what this Mountain.
It really works both ways. Yeah, because you have a Gorge Rinker Jace and like Pantheon building lethality, and you have an on-hit with Steel Caps Ashe and Nari, right? As
yeah.
Oh no, they know. As Doran.
Yeah, there's the flash. All out going to come through here. Let's see whether King can get the solo kill this time around. The answer is yes, and a flash to go along with it. They trade those ones, but you'll take it if you are Hanwha Life Esports. Clid going to move on over. And now looking for the Glacial Prison. They'll find it. There's the hook as well. And another dead Pantheon. He dives towards the open arms of Viper, who gets his revenge. And still, the gold lead, not gigantic, but Hanwha now moving towards his bottom lane. They don't have Shelly or anything like that to get to work on this turret, but there are Chains of Corruption. And Pay's going to take 50% of his health bar. Not being able to get a hook there is a little bit sad, but not the end of the world, as they're going to look for even more plate money.
And Hanwha Life accelerating this game. Doing a good job. Pace does have his ultimate.
Yeah, and it does connect onto life here as well. Clid's going to move back, though, as Peanut and Pays probably not going to be able to do enough together, as Clid, yeah, just demonstrating his love for Shaco, as you would, or Shaco, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I'm not going to have the argument right now.
And this Pantheon, it got the pick on Viper, but has died the exact same way anytime Clid does visit the bot lane. It's not really working out. The individual pick potential from the Gen G comp will remain strong. I also think that they have a pretty substantial range advantage with Jace, although lethality Varus at least is going to help a decent amount in that regard. And the Hanwha Life engage is really good. Zeka on a melee carry is also something that you're always going to have a ton more faith in. And might be getting a little bit worried if you're a Gen G fan here, but they're still in this game, right? It's like 500 gold lead. If they can get the dragons, they will be absolutely in a swimming spot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. And I think if you're a Gen G fan, you're not too worried about this, right? Even if you drop this game, you have a couple of backup games. If they drop the one after this, that's when I'm thinking that, yeah, things are going to be a little bit rough. But this is still in fine territory here for the series, especially with a risky draft like this, right?
And yeah, issue there, even though it feels really bad, if you don't flash the first Q, you probably die because of how long the lane is. Xanthus chasing potential is just incredible. as unsurprisingly. Yeah, there's not much to say about that one. The Clid is there. He kills Delight.
Yeah, he did.
Not a lot he can do.
Thank you for the rundown.
You're very welcome.
Clid killed Delight. He was playing Sejuani.
He hit
Pressed R, and it landed. It was good. Even money when it comes to our plates here also, as Chovy and Delight hanging out in the bottom side. Jungle, Clid clearing out vision up here towards the top lane as well, as plates went down, even plate gold, as we were just saying. But now that turret is going to be a little bit more susceptible if King can get over there another couple of times.
This next Drake fight is going to be, I think, a big decision or a big difference maker as to who we think is favorites. Oh, God!
In goes Delight. Yeah, unseals his fate, and Zeker is going to be able to make his way out, but that guarantees the outer turret in the mid lane. So I'm saying worth for the Pantheon. Absolutely love it. Now they're diving even further forward. Glacial Prison comes in though as Zeker. He's going to get back to his soul. Peanut survives, but at what cost? The arrow! It's going to connect. Delight is actually looking for it. What was that? Okay, never mind. Peanut is now moving towards the enemy base, and that is going to give Viper a kill. Break it down for me, Chronicler.
Everything was K, and then they went for dive number 2, and then everything was not okay anymore. Yeah, not a lot to say about that one. If you have full control of the game, you can get away with plays like that. But you don't really, and now you fed Viper even more. Because I think this play already aggressive, sure. Not greatly timed because you can wait a second here and then Delight doesn't tank this full turret, but whatever, it works out. And then here, you can also just turn this into full map control and to guarantee the Drake that is about to come up. But they don't, they go in really, really hard. Peanut's unable to find the Q. Nice flash from Zeka, and then Delight here is like, you're dead anyway, right? So I think that this makes sense, but even if he like W's, he dies. I don't think there's ever a kill angle there. And then this adds insult to injury because Peanut can't get away, life is there. Then Viper gets this kill, and then now it's soul point. So I think the game, with that play, looking pretty disastrous for Genji.
It is. And, oh, it is just, it's a very curious thing to do. As Pays just going to get flashed on. He's going to flash over the wall, but that is going to set up the hook because that knock-up is still going through. Winter's Wrath going to come down. The Unbound Soul is something that Zeker actually found annoying in that situation because he wanted to stay in. So the rest of Genji are going to close in. They will be able to defend their outer turret for now. But Hanwha should be able to collect Shirley here, take her for a walk wherever they'd like to go, and continue their success here. Gold lead finally gets over 1,000. Like, it's not the same as the first two games. Like, Genji, they were getting gold leads sort of all over the place during those games. Hanwha have been able to win skirmishes, and there are clear moments where they have been the leading team, but they haven't been able to convert as much gold on the map this time around. I think, you know, Doran being able to get a bunch of plates, as well as being down here collecting what looks like another turret here for Genji. It's definitely a good thing as well, but I'm looking at that soul and I'm a little bit worried here. As Life waddling towards
They've been waiting
Dark.
really long for this. Should get the kill here.
Yep, there they go. The arrow going to connect as well, as Kingan's going to flash in. All right, that is Peanut just avoiding all of the CC. Really beautifully done as Delight. He's going to go down as well, and that is a double for Viper. And yes, they were waiting there for a long time, but they did not get the reward that they were looking for.
No.
Did he cease and desist so that the all-out didn't actually do anything, and then like a nothing Cassante was just chokeslammed?
Yeah, it was really well done, because you become unstoppable, right? So that was really cute. Pace, yeah, unfortunately, gonna have to preemptively flash there, and then Life still as is, and he might still hook you, you might still die, but if you wait, you're always dying. As a bot lane, flash forced as well here, and things are kind of falling apart. Genji is hard forcing plays, but this time they don't have the leads to really back it up, and it is backfiring repeatedly here. The Pantheon Gambit not working out too well. Delight 0 and 4 at the moment.
And Clid doing some, I like to call this cuzzing. He is just cuzzing in the enemy jungle, where you just walk forwards as Sejuani and take damage as often as you can. Look at him, doing such a great job taking all of this damage. Genji has 3 people and not going to go too far in because, of course, a lot of darkness around this map.
As Doran taking a lot of damage here from Zeker as well. He can unbind the soul as the hook is barely going to miss. Oh, Doran, lucky to live another day, but he will do so.
Good movement, and it's going to keep him alive. And the only reason why I think this game is still within reach is because Gen.G actually have been trading well on the cross map. They've still been CSing very well, right? Look at top side. Even if Pays is able to keep parity, as Zeka is probably just going to be able... don't have Hawkshot?
I think he's
just going to be fine.
He's just fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, control ward going to be cleared out.
But as I was saying, that's why I think the game isn't fully done yet, but it's a very highly favorable situation for Life because they still scale really well. You have an incredibly fat lethality versus Doran, he doesn't have flash.
All right, can he escape it this time around? Zeka says no. He's just going to land the ultimate. Vipe is going to come through and says that was all mine. And he will collect it 7-1 and 0.
Can they Nash?
Well, they're on the wrong side of the map, but I think after a bit of a walk, they...
I actually thought Gen.G might like pull the trigger on it, but it is at 20 minutes, right? But because everyone on the Hanwha Life side team was bot side, definitely can't now. So
they have enough damage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they do, which is probably also why they didn't. Gen.G gonna get a consolation prize. Oh, now Hanwha is on their way. Do they know?
Well, that ward didn't actually spot them out, as all of Gen.G are looking to catch out Life. They will be able to do it. And that is Chovy grabbing that kill. Peanuts flashing towards Viper. The arrow will immediately be cleansed. There's the cease and desist and the teleport to come back through from Doran. He'll flame the shutdown. And now Gen.G, I think maybe they do have the damage for Baron with an alive Jace.
And what started out as just them trying to cross map after their bot side got blown up. Turned into 2 picks. Both the bot laners dead. Viper incredibly fed, gone. This is optimistic. They could have gone for Drake, but they're going for the Hail Mary here. It's just a flip.
They should still be able to get this one done. Zeker is the scariest part of this, but he immediately gets charmed. He's going to be exhausted. They focus him down, and now it is just tanks. Kingin, can you be the hero? He does manage to bring Delight over, but he's been a sacrificial lamb this whole time. Yeah. And now the Baron is still up and available. Chovy gonna take so much damage. I mean, Klit's actually doing damage here. What? That was nuts. Winter's Wrath did a whole bunch of work. And there is the counter throw from Gen.G.
Oh, Gen.G could have gone for Drake. I think if you go for Drake there, you always get it, but they try and go for the high value play. They try and flip the game. Well, they did, and it didn't work out. As after this, you see the entirety of Gen.G move into the enemy jungle to take a little bit of...
the counter throw? Is it happening?
No, oh my god, the light can ult in.
Yeah, the arrow is going to connect there as well, as Life is going to go down. Chovy is also going to die.
Oh my god!
And they saved the Baron.
And Hanwha Life also should have gone for Drake!
Someone should go for Drake, for goodness sake! Yeah!
Oh my god.
Maybe they want to delay Elder.
So this part was great. Like, I love this play here. Obviously, this flash from Peanut is unfortunate, but Pays has been on point with these arrows, and they get the kill on Viper and Life. And Life is good. Everything's okay.
Well, Life is having a rough one, actually.
Well, he definitely is, yeah.
It's not been his series.
Oh, okay, now we're going to set up for a 5v5.
So it is a 5 versus 4 for the time being.
Do you know what I think it is?
They're just going to give Soul. No, actually, Delight has ult.
I think that dragons are majestic beasts, and therefore you have to gentleman's agreement.
They can't contest this. It has to be a steal. Peanut doesn't have flash.
Yeah,
should never be able to make this. No, that's going to be it.
So that is Mountain Soul. And so they managed to do that. That one's absolutely fine. And now the Baron shenanigans can continue.
Well, so much of the composition for Gen.G doesn't work now anymore because a lot of it is reliant on either poking, which no, or getting an individual pick, which also no. Like, you can't pick people off, really.
Well, let's see what Chovy can do here. He's throwing hearts around. But Hanwha just standing as a group, and with this Mountain Soul, they are just feeling very formidable.
They can just keep shoving.
Yeah, Doran going for the base race on the Jace. And Jace is a base race champion. Also rhymes with base race, which is fantastic.
Base
Inhibitor
race
going to go
Jace.
down. Base race Jace. That should be the next skin. To come through, like a speed racer type skin for Jace. Base race Jace. Kind of love it.
Oh my god, Peanut.
Well, he's going for a Clid-esque flank.
Yeah, but they're not going for Dragon. Oh, they know that. Oh.
Okay, they know that they're backing.
Okay, but now Peanut is also spotted. So, okay, he gets out. Everything is okay. Everything's K.
It's
Everything's
fine.
fine.
They do manage to get inner turret and most of an inhibitor turret, so actually pretty good news here for Gen G. But they do lose an inhibitor turret, and inner turret in response. So
Hey, it's mid-in. That one doesn't matter.
Yes.
But what does matter is that they are decently behind in items, and more importantly, there is a Cassante, a Yone with BT, and a Sejuani on the enemy team. And they have a Mountain Soul. And Mountain Soul is really, really, really good into single target, pick, and poke.
Yeah.
Which is the entirety of Gen G's
and sort of like team fighting.
But yeah, it's incredibly strong in general. But you still, you have to kind of respect. So Gen G is this is the rest of their game plan. They're just going to keep sitting in brushes and hoping someone walks in while the rest of the team is not around. And
Got
then
it.
hopefully you can blow them up before you lose the game.
And while 4 people do that, Doran
is split.
Takes structures.
Base race Jace, yes.
Yeah.
That's it. And for Hanwha, just force a fight or, take Nash. Your engage is incredible. You have a really good pick. You have a Mountain Soul. Don't let it come to Elder Flip is all I ask. Don't do that. Don't flip the objective. Just start it and then fight. Because your fight should be very, very strong.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Zeka almost lost one of his shields. Which shield do you lose first? The Bloodthirster shield or the Mountain Soul shield? As Pays might lose his life. That would be suboptimal. Clid just going to walk after him. Going to be able to lock him down with the Permafrost. That gets the cleanse. The hook goes somewhere. They managed to get the summoner spell. Holds on to his flash though.
Although it's going to be worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god. Oh, Viper. He is chunking people.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. And
there it is. Yes, very good. Start it up.
They will. And the rest of Hanwha can actually just stand out of the pit. Zeka and Kingen very happy to tank this one up for as long as they would like to.
Hawk shot.
All right, Pays also has an arrow for getting towards this pit as well, as Arctic Assault is going to interrupt. Oh no, Chovy already out of the fight. The ult's going to come through. That is going to be both solo lanes just dead. Hanwha not giving any options to Gen G around the Baron pit this time.
Perfect. Love to see it. Hanwha Life finally coming alive here, Atlas, in this third game. Textbook.
Maybe the download is complete. Maybe, unfortunately, they were, on their modem was playing up in the first couple.
I wouldn't go that far. I think Gen G was up 2-0. I was like, hey, what if we tried something that we've, I assume, been scrimming?
Hey,
see
man,
how it works.
Giving Hanwha Life Esports an inch, that is a very, very risky thing to do.
Yeah,
in a best of 5.
I somewhat agree, but I also think that if you're a Gen G fan, I wouldn't get worried until we hear the doo-doo-doos in the back. Okay, up until that point, I think Hanwha Life have a really good game here. And the biggest difference maker to me, obviously, is Clid and Zeka. Right? Zeka actually getting early impact on the map, but most notably Clid snowballed his bot lane. Got early dragons, got the early objectives. And that has been where I think also one of the biggest gaps has been. Peanut has been running the series.
Now he's running away from Zeka.
No, he's not.
Sorry, he's in the death chamber. He's running.
Oh, Chovy, you can't go Banshees here, man. They have Mountain.
He's focusing on the horizon. Okay. And Zeka is focusing on killing these minions. Charm is going to frustrate him for a moment, but Hanwha, with this Baron, going to move towards all of the inhibitor turrets and also try and take themselves down a Jace. They will be able to collect him. And that should mean that this bottom inhibitor is also going to fall. It's not the worst inhibitors if you're looking to set up around an Elder and you're the enemy team. But the game may just be over.
which would also be bad, because it means that you can't even flip for it. Kingan's flashing in, looking for an opportunity, maybe overextended. The all-out comes in, and the Fountain will murder the Cassante. Delight immediately dies, but of course, that's kind of what's supposed to happen, as it's a massive knock-up from Zeka. That, I think, will confirm his POG as Peanut looks to escape out the front door, and it's not going to work. Clid flashing after Chovy, won't find the knock-up. And this is going to be the end of the game. Hanwha Life Esports come back alive in the series to bring us to at least a 4th game. If there's silver scrapes, I agree with Chronicle. I think that's when you get really worried if you're a Gen G fan. But this should have been done and dusted.
Well done here by Hanwha Life Esports. Finally, we see glimpses of the team that was able to win in the previous round of playoffs. And I gotta say, it comes down to, great performance from Kingan as well on this Cassante. Very, very consistent. We know how good this player can be on tanks. Combined with Clid, to me, I wanted to give it to Zeka, but I think the way that Clid snowballed bot lane as well, taking away one of the big win conditions, putting this Pantheon on the back foot, because clearly Pantheon support, when ahead, can be very oppressive, but in this game, it just died, a lot. Didn't work out even remotely, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that one again in playoffs. And the early Dragons started stacking some of the calls by Gen G, those aggressive calls, those kind of knife-edge moments. None of them worked out in this game. And then once they got behind, we do know Hanwha from ahead, amazing team.
Yeah, because they just don't often get ahead, right? They need to capitalize on overly aggressive plays from their opposition generally. They were able to rely on D plus Kia for that the majority of the time in that series. This time around, though, the first 2 games, Gen G just didn't give them any windows. This time around, they did. It was an eclectic draft. They were on the red side as well. And now, Hanwha, to bring us towards our 2nd dose of silver scrapes this weekend, they need to win on the red side as well. Hanwha Life Esports fans, you're going to have to give them all of your energy, though, because this will be a difficult one. We're going to a short break. When we get back, the Space and the 4th game of the series.
끝. 노플.
땀 봐야 돼 이거.
라인부터 라인부터.
야 와봐.
일단 추진
저
끝나겠다.
죽었어요 형들.
애쉬 노플. 바이 노플. 끝내자.
나왔어요.
여기 따라가네.
여유 있게 해도 끝내. 마지막에 던져서 망할 뻔했노.
괜찮아?
너무 신내지 마.
가보자.
집중하자.
나이스.
네, 다음 경기 잘하자. 보자 이거. 나 큐플 할게.
노플이야. 맞았다.
나이스. 다음 경기 잘하자. 알지가 않냐?
Emilio is a playful enchanter support who brings warm, fuzzy feelings wherever he goes. He's mastered a form of fire magic that can heal instead of hurt, creating the adorable Fuemigos from his eternal flame. Now he's off to Ishtal's capital to pass the ultimate test of greatness, making his beloved family proud. Welcome to the Emilio Champion Spotlight.
Come on, Fuemigos, we got a lot of work to do.
Emilio's passive, Fired Up, gives his friends a little extra fuel. When Emilio's abilities touch an allied champion, their next attack or ability will deal bonus damage, scaling with their attack damage.
The target enemy will also burn for a few seconds. The burn doesn't stack, so reigniting it will just refresh the duration. Milio wants to be the very best, but he always has time for fun. His Q Ultra Mega Fire Kick launches a ball of flame that knocks back an enemy. If it hits, the ball will bounce behind them and explode, dealing damage and slowing in an area. The ball bounces extra far when it hits minions or monsters. Line it up when you're sure to score a goal.
Score!
Cast Milio's W, Cozy Campfire, to create a zone that follows the closest teammate. The zone heals over time and applies Milio's passive every few seconds. It also boosts ally attack range for % of their current range, increasing with ability level. These effects apply to all allied champions in the area, so gather around the campfire, no song required. Recast the ability to have the zone follow someone else. Milio loves to help others and makes new friends wherever he goes. Use his E, Warm Hugs, to protect an ally, granting a shield and move speed. Warm Hugs holds 2 charges, so the Fuemigos can spread the love or stack it up.
My fire might look scary, but don't worry, it's totally safe.
Milio's ultimate, Breath of Life, unleashes purifying flames. Allies in the area are healed and cleansed, removing any crowd control effect except for airborne. Allies will also gain tenacity for a few seconds after.
You're welcome!
In lane, Milio wants to play safe and bide his time for teamfights, but he does have some poke tools in his backpack. His range is short, but the move speed from Warm Hugs can keep you safe when you run up an auto. Ultra Mega Fire Kick will bounce on hit, so catch enemies off guard from behind minion waves. Score consistently, and you'll drive your opponents un poco loco.
We did it! Yeah!
All of Milio's abilities apply fired up when they touch allies, and those empowered attacks can run surprisingly hot. Cozy Campfire grants fired up 3 times over its duration. Weave in 2 casts of Warm Hugs, and you'll get up to 5 passive procs on a single ally. Try this out in 2v2 fights to make sparks fly. Milio is fast and hard to lock down, but he's squishy, and the knockback on Ultra Mega Fire Kick is his only peel tool. If you waste it, Milio's out of gas against any assassins or other divers. It's also single target, so groups of enemies can quickly burn him out. And remember, you can't cast your ultimate while you're affected by hard crowd control. Milio's flame may be eternal, but stay out of reach or you'll be quickly extinguished.
But I wanna help my family.
In the late game, Milio's teamfighting powers really flare up. Stick with a group of allies to catch the most smoke for your fire.
I'm just warming up. Get it?
Cozy Campfire is great for healing all your friends, and at higher levels, the attack range boost shines even brighter. Use it to grant massive buffs across multiple teammates, whether you're torching turrets or late game objectives.
I'm pretty strong. I've been training, like, all day.
With Breath of Life, there's no waiting on a miracle. Its Area of Effect cleanse can turn any fight. Cast it in a pinch and you'll be out of there before you can say, Flamey-o! The bonus tenacity will also help keep your team out of the frying pan.
Tag, you're it!
Milio can't wait to share his Fuemigos with new amigos. So what are you waiting for? Pick them up and they'll be sure to warm your heart. Join the gentle flame on his adventure at the links below.
Let's go, Fuemigos!
And they will be your second place team, skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.
HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after Life Esports. We're able to actually get a win in this series and make things a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure if we can right away say that we have a series on our hands, but at least it's one step in the right direction, guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the game plan was from Gen G. Like, they really picked the Ashe, and then it ended up just going AD carry, even though they saw the Blitzcrank, so maybe they didn't want to support, but then the Pantheon pick, right? Delight has been playing this a lot in solo queue. We thought it might be a flex, and then they just stuck at support, so the bot matchup wasn't that good. But I do like what Hanwha Life have done with their composition, because I talked a bit about how I felt like they needed more team fighting power, so if they got to that stage they could contest. They have this strong combo with the melee champions with Sejuani, and the Yone for Zeka was far better than what we'd seen him trying to do with the Veigar.
So I think what happened with Gen G in this draft, like my take, is they banned Lucian instead of Varus for some reason, which I don't think was smart in this case. And then with Ashe and Varus open, you're like, ooh, they got Varus, we have to pick Ashe now. And then the Pantheon was this kind of cool idea, which it didn't work out, but like they tried to, I like how they tried to salvage it with the Vi Ahri, which is a really strong combo, right? And Peanut just played in the previous game an insane duo game with Chovy where he's basically just constantly diving. And then you have the Pantheon to add to that dive if they can get control of the lane, and then Pantheon can roam. He has his ultimate, obviously, as semi-global, so he can constantly get the power around the map. When you fall behind for any reason, it just doesn't work. And Doran had a rough one on the top side of the map.
I think that's the biggest issue, right? If you have this much pick and you get ahead, it's probably going to look really good. You know, Ashe arrows flying, Pantheon going in. Let's just ignore the lanes and, you know, how it was all set up. But it is what it is. Hanwha Life Esports had a good start to this game. As we can see, we're going to take a look at some of the replays here.
Yeah, so we saw some aggressive plays coming out towards the mid lane, and this was after we'd sort of seen the start of the game go in favor of Hanwha, and then they try to answer back here, and I'll just say it started to get really messy.
Yeah, the game did get really messy here, and see even a teleport is committed to, but you can see what this composition for Gen G is trying to do, right? And there's the Ashe arrow long range, there's Pantheon ult, you have so much dive, and in fights like this, you're behind, so you're trying to continue to use your composition to its win condition, but you can see that you're just going too deep at this point. Your enemy has so many items already at this point that, like, while you're diving, if the dive isn't clean and they are reacting to you, they'll win the war of attrition, especially under turrets like that.
And I'd say my big bit of praise is the fact that we saw, you know, Gen G setting the pace of the game for the first two. This one was Hanwha who's really driving it forwards. They went for the ganks in the bot lane, and I feel like, you know, grabbing a Pantheon could end up backfiring if it's just a 2v2, but when they constantly had the jungle pressure there, it was so easy just to pull the Pantheon in, wait for his shield to time out, and then you just kill him. And he ended up dying so many times in the early game, which it was a part of the reason why he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, early game wasn't that clean. I feel like Hanwha Life Esports had a good read on what Gen G were trying to do, and they got ahead of it. We can take a look at the second fight here as well. This was on the Baron, which almost made this game even more crazy.
Yeah, this was like a 3v5 situation because two members had already been picked, and then we see the Yone go down like almost immediately, but it still ends up backfiring. The power of the Cassante, the fact you can just drag someone, it was a 2v5 situation. They end up taking one of the targets out. The rest of them are taking too much damage. Peanut even dies the Baron there, and then they're able to get a huge play to turn it back around.
I feel like Gen G just not super coordinated in this moment. They were decisive, but the turn was really poor, and I think you have to try to play around the Baron pit itself so that you can hold that Baron aggro so Peanut doesn't die, but they were super split. They got too close to the wall, not respecting the Cassante all out, and then Peanut's like, wait, the only way we salvage this is if we actually get the Baron, but the team was kind of peeling away. He dies to the Baron, and it's just another weird Gen G late game objective fight. When they're not in full control over the game, they make a lot of mistakes on these, and that's going to potentially be what comes back to bite them in this best of 5.
Could be. I mean, you give a pick over to Zeka this time around. He goes for the Yone, which I think is comfort, actually, for him. He plays it really well. It's not really about him in this game, but I feel like this might be a good stepping stone for Hanwha Life to say, hey, it was pretty comfortable for us. We figured it out, you know. We were all playing our comfortable champs. Zeka was looking good on the Yone. Let's take a look at the POG and see who actually picks it up. I don't think it will be Zeka. It will be Clid, actually, on the Sejuani.
Yes, so had a pretty strong early game, set up those plays in the bot side. I think regardless of our feelings about the draft, you know, I feel like Gen G did drop the ball a bit. I think the main thing is that if they had snowballed, it could have just been a 3-0. We saw Clid have a really active role in getting the ball rolling for his team.
Yeah, I think for me, like, you know, we were looking at this and it could have been Clid, right? It could have also been the Varus, right? We did see some really good plays from Viper throughout this game, but we ended up voting for the top lane because of the control he had there in the 1v1. We didn't actually take a look at some of those highlights, obviously, but having that pressure point on the map also, I think, really weakens Gen G's ability to play this game, and Clid just constantly engaged when they were ahead. He was just always pushing forward and setting up everybody as somebody's birthday near us. That's what you guys are hearing. It's a happy birthday song.
6 out of 11, we did get 3 votes for King In. Also, 1 for Zeka and 1 for Viper down on the bottom. He did, he did a lot of boom boom damage in this game. So that's okay.
There was a big disparity between Gen G and Hanwha in the previous games. It had to be everyone stepping up if they're going to bring it back.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have game number 4 on the horizon. Let's go over to the casters for that game 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 3, Hanwha Life Esports, making it interesting here at LoL Park. I thought it was going to be a blowout, thought it was going to be a sad and sorry affair, Chronicler, but I'm starting to see it, inklings of a game resting on our hands. Can inspect your hands for a moment?
No, I'm not inspecting my hands.
Have a look at. Just tell me.
I'm not
what's
sold.
on them?
No.
You're not even looking at them. You're refusing.
I'm closing my eyes.
He's closing his eyes.
Literally not.
He will not even see whether there is game on the hands.
No, because I think that I needed to go to a game 5 before I'm allowing anyone to feel strongly, because that draft was a very high variance, didn't work out, the couple of early plays didn't work out, and still, Gen G with that Baron play, or rather what happened before that, was still almost able...
The counter throw, the counter throw.
Well, somewhere in the middle there,
yeah, right.
was still able to almost bring it back. So, I'm gonna slow down, I'm gonna calm myself, and I'm gonna see what happens in this draft. But, we go to game 5, I think your waters might be feasting tonight, my friend, as we are going to see Gen G now on blue side. Should also be big. The Varus going to get taken away as well. And Hanwha Life going to be feeling forced to ban away Zeri. There we go.
Ooh, okay. So here is the adaptation in the draft that the desk was calling for. Cassante first pick. And now, Hanwha Life Esports, do they fall into the Ashe trap? Do they elect instead to just get powerful solo lanes? And I actually honestly think Sejuani Yone is actually just a really good first 2 picks. But Xayah will be picked up instead. So sort of the tier list approach to the bottom side of the map. With no Zeri or Lucian, Xayah feels a lot better. As Aphelios was a ban that Hanwha Life Esports were putting down off the rip, honestly, on the blue side. So, Aphelios Thresh is going to come through here into the Xayah Rakan. Pretty face up on Hanwha Life Esports' side, but I like this more.
Same. We prefer this. We know that Life is very good on both these 2 champions. It's not like his Rakan is a slouch, but I really like the Blitzcrank into Thresh for many a reason. This is also new and improved Thresh with... an incredible amount of Qs that he has available in the fight. And Hanwha Life, the reason why I'm a little worried is because this is looking a lot like the draft in game number 1 and 2. Yes, this has a lot of power. Yes, you got great team fighting, but I need to see a proactive mid lane here for Zeka, because the cast talked about it a little bit as well. We did during the, or the desk rather, we talked about it during the cast for a bit. Zeka actually making moves on the map was what stopped that early dragon. It was what set up the bait in mid. It's what got the snowball rolling. And if it's there's a Yone ban, Gen G clearly agree. And I think that's an amazing choice.
I think they need to ban Gragas. I think if Hanwha just like R4 and 5, Gragas, Yasuo, it's kind of like over. Especially now that Zeka knows that you need to click on the champion with your ultimate.
Yeah, imagine winning a game against D+ while not knowing that. That could never happen, right?
I know. I have a feeling that he might have been a little bit facetious. I hope he was a bit facetious.
I don't think he was.
I know. That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, that's what makes it funnier.
This man should not have this much power. All right, Hanwha. Will they just... I really want to see the Gragas locked in. Just because it is so flexible, and we are going to at least get it hovered for now.
I think it makes sense. What I'm worried about is Gen G. At least isn't here, but what you can do is you can go like Renekton,
Nidalee,
or Gnar, and then Nidalee. Yeah.
Not Gnar. I hate Gnar Nidalee. Gnar Nidalee makes me very upset.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I might be what ends up happening here, because I do think the Renekton has a much worse matchup into the Gragas specifically, and you don't know where it's going to go.
True.
Gen G, though, not going to do either of those things. Is it just going to be Vi Ahri again?
Vi Lissandra again? They could just go the K-Sandra. Use Aphelios as the win condition this time.
I'd say Ahri, because I think that the Lissandra does have a much tougher time into the... I love that. Into Xayah, especially.
LeBlanc into Yasuo? Specifically?
That's you're ready.
I am ready. Does he give it another whirl is the question. Because there are a lot of knockups. It is going to be the Lissandra consideration instead. Does kind of go against what Zeka has been good at, which makes me less excited as Gragas for Zeka, so that's still melee, and they are going to take away the Gnar. So Gragas should be able to survive at least into LeBlanc, but this is not quite as inspiring as what I had in mind.
No, I know. Because the Yasuo with Rakan and Gragas actually amazing, but I think the mid lane matchup might have deterred them from that one. And it's going to be the Gnar. Gnar into Cassante we know can go either way, is favored for Gnar, but not to the point where we should expect Doran to really struggle. And we again have Peanut and Chovy on a mid-jungle duo with a lot of agency. Pays on one of his most comfortable picks here, with that Aphelios locked in. And on life, that's not a lot of range. If you get to the late game, if this Aphelios gets fed, I'm very worried, and this is feeling a lot more like some of the earlier games in this series, Atlas, where I'm looking at the Hanwha drop, like if you can get to like 20 minutes and it's even,
you're having a bad time. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes, because I honestly feel like Gen G do have a lot of ways to deal with Rakan engage, which I think is a lot of what they're going to be relying on. And Life's Rakan has looked not super the best.
Which is so weird.
I know.
Because he's been so good in the champion.
I mean, his, like, the ruler life, like Kai'Sa Rakan back in the day, like Kalista Rakan. Man, he's been very, very good at the champion in the past. And now he's going to have to bring it out here in game number 4. Backs are indeed against the wall. They are orientated in the space that they are in.
But that's where Hanwha likes
That's what I'm saying, right? So they've been backing. They're like, oh, found the wall. We've got some stability. And now we're looking to move forward. They have taken that first step. We'll see whether they can take the rest of them here and move us towards Silver Scrapes. Let's get on to the Rift for game number 4. Oh man, Gnar is just a very strange thing, as we've got an angry bee, and Chovy was just having a little bit of a cry, and then he gets a little bit confused. Why are you being so aggressive there, Zeka?
No, I think he
got hit by a Q or something.
Already chunked him a little bit.
Yeah, and so Zeka got angry bee. And I look, I didn't understand that was the context. I thought it was like just off the rip, I'm just going to angry bee at you. I think that's overly aggressive. But if he did get hit by an ability and then angry bead, absolutely
that
fine.
makes it okay.
No, it really does. That's sort of the etiquette
of
the emote game at level 1. As Zeka can see him, and it was a distortion onto his face. As he's going to be able to hop back and get himself the ward. Nicely done.
Going to be aware of where the opponent is starting. Opposite sides of the jungle here, and would expect Pays and the Light to play very aggressive early on here. The Glacial Augment on the Fresh, no shocking turn of events there. And this is the game where either Gen G punch themselves a ticket to the winner finals, or Hanwha Life force me to open my eyes and look at my hands, which might very well happen. I think the team fighting power that this composition has is amazing. We've seen T1 come back with a very similar composition. The Gragas, the Xayah, the Rakan, right?
Yeah.
Against a KT that was dunking on them. But given how the series has gone, I really appreciated a Hanwha Life drop that had a lot more agency, and I think now on Red side, they often default back to this, which is a lot more of the hang back, you know? And if we see a great opportunity, we might go for it.
Well, I mean, I'd almost counter that, and I got a weird reason for it, right?
Hit me.
I feel like the reason Hanwha won Game 3 was because Gen G had too much agency and used too much of it. And Hanwha have been a team that have just played to counteract enemy mistakes, and Gen G had too many opportunities to make mistakes with the draft that they had.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's the case in this particular game. But we'll see whether Hanwha have enough tools now to make it happen. Because, man, like, you get yourself into a late game, like, skirmish or team fight around a Drake, and you have so many playmaking avenues, right? Like, there is Nah, there is who doesn't have to worry about Talia for the engage. You've got Gragas to set things up. You've even got Sejuani. You've got Rakan. Like, there are a million different ways to make things happen, as Chovy is going to take Zeka for a walk, and Zeka is just going to accept it. And does find a nice little trade there. As Gen G push the wave in on the bottom side, Peanut turns up. And both junglers hanging out here bottom side. Peanut should be able to grab himself this Rift Scuttler. As Clid going to go for a bit of a back and return towards, I'd assume, the top side to collect a Rift Scuttle of his own. Especially with the fact that, oh, Peanut actually doesn't sweep that out. So full information now given as to the location of the jungler as he goes home. So that's certainly good news for Hanwha Life Esports here in this early stage. But of course, no skin off the noses of Gen G.
Yeah, my expectation is that we're really going to start see this game accelerate when we get to the first objectives. That's why I think that the individual pick potential that Gen G has is extremely valuable, and Hanwha Life, I think, gets like one bad team fight is, oh, Doran might be in trouble here. They did have a ward, so he knows very well that Clit's on top side, and it also means the light and pace can go in a little bit deeper here, but sums are available for Viper and Life. I don't know if they can get a lot done here, even with Lantern.
Delight could definitely start something up. Is it a flash play angle is the question as Life. Oh no, the hook is going to connect there. The Lantern goes down. Battle Dance is pretty powerful. And Peanut is just going to have to vacate. He does help deal with the minion wave on his way out. But Life not having to actually use anything there. That is a great sign here for Hanwha Life Esports.
So, yeah, so the trade is really good for Hanwha Life when it comes to the summoners. But the wave state might be a bit rough here if Paze and Delight can keep it shoving into them. Although I think Viper and Life with Cliddles in the general vicinity not going to feel too bad. So nice early pressure absorption here to come through from the Hanwha Life bot lane.
Yeah, and we do have to remind everyone, you mentioned this already, Paze Aphelios. I believe when he came into the LCK, it was double the most played of his second highest. Like, he played the majority of his professional games on this Aphelios. It was one of his best, I believe, over a 60% win rate or something like that.
Yeah, and Atlas, you've casted the Gen G team in Challengers this split.
I have. They have been pretty. They've been pretty quid. They've been.
Yeah, they haven't been that great because they're missing specifically this player Peanut now on the top half of the map.
Yeah, Kingen trying to charge up that Naba as the all-out does come through. There's the hop from Kingen. Clid's going to turn up, and it's a disaster for Gen G. Or is it? Let's see what they can do. There's the Nara into the wall. The wallop's going to come down to follow it up. Peanut should be dying as Doran's actually kind of popping off. Clid's going to need to find the permafrost, and he does. Peanut's the one to escape. Clid throws out the happy bee. And Hunt, oh man, look at you. What? How are your hands? Chronicler, I think that you owe Hanwha Life Esports an inspection of your hands.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm holding off until the game is won, Atlas.
I think I mean, isn't a 4-1 still kind of a game? Like, a 3-1, it's 2-1, like 3-1 outcome.
Is it a series? I'm seeing hairbet. No, I'm not doing a hairbet, G-Son. If you don't know for 100% where the enemy is, you can't go for this. Kingen also has his Narma almost available, and frankly, Peanut should have died.
Yes.
Right? Like, he barely stays alive here. I think Clip cancels the auto. I'm not sure why else Peanut would be able to get out there. And the fact that the play didn't even... It wasn't even as bad as it could have been.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that could have been way worse. If they double, then I'm looking at my hands. Okay? But they don't. So... It's not a full disaster yet, but these are exactly the type of plays that we saw Gen G make in the previous game that backfired heavily and left them scrambling as Hanwha Life picked up all the pieces beautifully.
Doran still with some control of this lane, as we can see. Ahead in CS, although that will be evened out.
This bottom side of the map still just fine for both sides. Of course, scaling available for both the Aphelios and the Xayah. But I think I like Xayah in this composition quite a lot. And I think a lot will hinge on how Delight is able to orchestrate the beginning of a lot of these plays. As he flash plays to look for Viper. There is the Featherstorm that they will collect using just a hook and an Ignite. Really nicely done here from Delight.
Yeah, Delight.
I'm unintentional.
Yeah, Delight now going to with Justice Flash, put Viper, or Flash and Ignite rather, put Viper on the back foot. And yeah, you're getting Herald, but we've seen this is a classic right here. We've seen this one countless times. Oh, you go for Herald, that's cool. Our jungler is going to walk near bot lane, and we have Crescendo.
Yeah.
So CU trades better now, and I can assure you, it's this guy.
Yeah, I think Pays will at least be able to get a couple of plates. Is that a third?
God.
Yes, it is. That's insane.
That's a full wave tonight as well, and they do need to get Drake though, and they need to not lose the ensuing fight, but like you get an early Ocean, and you get 3 plates on your Aphelios, who, by the way, if he is going down to like one minion on a call again, I will lose it.
Well, there are 14 left before he gets that. He's going to get 5 from this wave. It's going to have to be
it's going to be 6.
Oh,
and I think the next wave is a cannon.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be 2. That's fine. I can handle that.
Well, Chovy going to mimic a distortion here and throw a chain towards Zeka. Doesn't actually manage to get the root, but it's fine. Zeka is just living his best life as a good old Gragas. And he's only down a wave. Should be A-okay. Catalyst should be coming in relatively soon as well. And that's where, you know, your life gets a whole lot better. And as far as gold is concerned, you know, we're talking about Aphelios getting a bunch of plates there towards the bottom side. Fantastic for Gen G. But I think in an even game state, Almora is still feeling absolutely peachy. And the way that Gen G won in the first 2 games was severe snowball. It was not letting Harmer Life Esports actually have any ability to play the game in the mid-game. And this might be a way to make that one work, as Viper immediately going to have to cleanse. There is the Lantern. Hook is going to connect, and it's on to Viper. Okay, Life, can you actually find it is the question. Oh, the overstep from Pays perhaps, but no, he flashes, gets himself out of this one, and Harmer Life Esports, they keep their Viper alive.
And as I say, no sums, Viper cleanses, so egg on my face for that one.
No flash, though.
But I didn't have flash and Featherstorm, so I got carried away. But more importantly, cleanse now taken, and even though they don't end up getting the kill, that is again going to be a lead for the bot lane here for Gen G. So we're accelerating pace, and I really like the Humble Life composition when it comes to late game, but I do think with like LeBlanc and Aphelios, you can never be counted out.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Amount of aggressive pressure that I expect Chovy to have into a team that, like, how do you actually deal with Chovy jumping in? It's tough as, oh no.
Just going to wander into a hook here. Nice play there from Delight as well, as Life going to be told to cease trying to escape. And he will, as that is the Life that we saw first couple of games. A little bit unfortunate there. Greedily looking for vision.
Oh, and that was a really nice layering as well, because Life had flash, so they made sure that Peanut was like holding his ultimate so that even if Life would flash, he would follow him, save that till the very end. And with Life that, guess what?
Yeah, it's the full turret that will be taken here. Pays a gigantic advantage, as that is 4th turret collected. Let's have a look at this. Look at how relaxed he is as well.
And then gets to cancel the grand entrance.
Really clean.
Very well done. And we haven't seen Herald used yet. Doran backing here. Oh my god, he's just going to be fine. Okay.
He will be fine. His turret may be less fine. We'll just see whether Shelly is going to be able to give Viper some money. She will.
Lane swap's answer. Kill force done now for Pace. It's a really big spike here for the Aphelios.
Yeah, I think it's very important that Viper was able to actually get that money, though. Might help him stay somewhat relevant in this game, even if it is a difficult ask already. Without that, would have been almost impossible. As we look towards our next fight, 1.5 minutes on the Cloud Drake, and that is Gale Force done. I believe
very nice.
You were talking about.
I was. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You always know what I'm thinking, Atlas.
Well, I think that, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I do. I'm thinking that you just want to look at your hands, but you won't because you're stubborn.
I wouldn't say I'm stubborn.
Are you being a bit stubborn about that?
Well, I'm being a bit stubborn about it right now, but I feel like that doesn't apply to me as an
That's
individual.
what a stubborn person would say, just so you know.
Oh yeah, I walked right into that one. As Pace, he's gonna get a bunch more plates.
He's
Man,
gonna do it again.
He's just on a diet of plates only.
When he does his grocery shopping, he goes to IKEA, man. That's what happens. He just eats all the plates. All the plates.
Or maybe
there's
he
a
eats
large
both.
array of plates there.
That's why he's so fed. You know, normal people they see their food and then they eat it, but then he also eats the plate.
He's on like the porcelain diet.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Look at the gold.
No, it's absurd. And he's 0-0-0. It's all money from structures. They're also going to be able to get first turret blood here, so that money is going to go up even further. And Gen.G, that is the entirety of their gold lead, and it's a considerable one now. It was Hanwha making plays in the early game, but now, utilizing this Aphelios this effectively, they've just got so much money. And yeah, 1,600 gold.
Look, it's 1,000 on Pace.
No, it's insane. And he's ahead in farm as well, as they've just been walking them around.
This just makes me disappointed that he's not better at Ziggs, because I feel like it would be perfect for him. You know, he's running from turret to turret, getting plates. And now we do have the... Oh, Peanuts in the pit.
Yeah, he's going to have to flat to get out of the pit.
Oh, Delight.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect. Not a lot to get from it, as Peanuts back in once again. All right, that's a flash forward. Don't know about that one. Cease and desist comes through as Peanut will go down. And now the Lantern can be taken by Doran. Chovy dives on in, trying to get some poke damage down as we even out the Dragons. Oh, Orcs, what have you done? Actually just the least valuable Drakes in this game.
I also have no idea what just happened there and why they fought the second time. So Peanut Qs in, then flashes out because they're ready.
And then Qs in again.
And then he Qs in again. And then Doran is like, I will save you! But that didn't quite work. Yeah, because the zoning from Zeka actually really valuable there, if I remember correctly. Him being on the side meant that the rest of Gen.G couldn't approach. As we're going to see a replay of this, yeah. Obviously, like the teleport from Nar doesn't really matter, but look at Delight, Pace, Chovy, not really able to walk up there. And also just, I think, somewhat baffled at what is going on. And that's going to be the Drake. That's going to be a free kill donated to Hanwha Life. And 2 more of those, and I'll look at my hands, Atlas.
Yeah, very interesting situation here. As Peanut looking for Shirley.
Should be fine. Should be able to get this. Without too much trouble. And we haven't mentioned Chovy as much because the game hasn't been about him. But he is still up 23 CS. And he is the sole source of magic damage. And the enemies really want to itemize armor because there is a monster-fed Aphelios on the enemy team. So life is kind of great for Chovy. And he just got another turret as well.
Yeah, and managed to get the local gold for that one.
Yeah.
As the map is becoming a better and better place for Gen.G players. The copium for Hanwha Life Esports is the fact that they have their outer turret in mid. So that helps.
Hey, they have a great teamfight comp. You know, T1 won a game, and it was way worse.
That's true. I mean, I still think that it's still a game that Hanwha are still feeling okay about. Especially being able to stand their ground around that Drake pit. As Clid going to secure his red buff and make his way out. Peanut not going to be able to deter him there. As Viper just trying to get towards those quick blades as soon as he can. Will be Bloodthirster done pretty soon, also for Pays.
Chovy has his bench, he's done. I would have loved the Shadow Flame, like I said. I think that right now you're in a position where you're able to do so much effective damage. But looking at the enemy team, there are not a lot of squishy targets, right? It's even Zeka is actually fairly beefy as Clid and Kingan.
All right, they're looking for it. Glacial Prison comes down. The Grand Entrance going to be flayed very nicely, and the hook comes through, but the Wallop is going to connect onto Peanut. And there's not a whole lot that Gen.G can do about it. Great pick from Hanwha, who found another one here in this mid-game despite the gold deficit.
And that's big, but at the same time, they did invest 2 flashes to kill. Well, if they get Doran as well for free, then it's a great trade.
Well, it might be for a few boomerangs, as Doran is going to get hypered once again. There's a flash forward from Clid, as they get a teleport, as Zeka is coming into the mid lane, as they know what they want. And it's not Zeka to be hooked, as Cask comes on through, and Zeka is dead. Paze is going to be able to lock that one down, as Viper starting to pop off in the fight as well. Collects himself 1 kill, but now has to try and navigate 4 people. It's not going to work out, as Clid is also going to go down, and Genji fighting around Paze, looking so much better.
Oh, Viper is trying so hard, man! But it's not happening. Chovy there, together with Paze, doing an expert job, and Zeka. Oh, well, if you're hard forcing a play, trying to kill Cassandra on bot side with your Gnar and your Sejuani, you can't also go in for the TP there. And this is going to be rough, right? It starts off so good. And actually, HLE kind of falling in the same trap that their opponents did. Because I think this is a heavy investment, but if you're able to get temp off this, if you're able to get a mid lane turret off this, power to you, right? There's no Drake, but this investment can be worth it. But then here, the hook from the light hits. Paze does a great sidestep here, then flashes the grand entrance, and then this is where like, oh, Viper maybe, but crucially Paze is fine. Clid can't find him, and Doran promptly responds with a teleport of his own. And then, yeah, Aphelios didn't get killed, so he can just kite back. Chovy, meanwhile, is doing a ton of damage as well, and that might be it. And I can look at my hands now because I don't think there's anything on there, Atlas.
Well, I think there's still definitely a game on there, mate. But HLE Esports, they certainly struggled in that moment, and losing this outer turret, absolutely huge as well. Shirley going to come down, and Peanut will be able to collect their first Tenacious Dragon, which abbreviates to Tenacious D, as you guys know. And Shirley will be taken down. So, HLE, back to the drawing board a little bit here, and we'll see whether they can find the team fights that looked good from before, or whether Genji, behind Delight, whose Thresh has just been extraordinary today.
Oh, yeah. Really has been.
Yeah, it's been very, very good.
Such a cool story as well, right? Obviously, Delight coming from way back when he was still known as Crescent, played for Genji with Pace. Most notably, those guys have a history together. And then on Brion, like always being good, but he was never the main point of that team. So many characters on that one, obviously.
Yeah.
And him and Pace coming in and like following up as Doran.
Okay, let's see how this one's got. That Moonlight Vigil was optimistic at best.
Yeah.
Better players have longer range on their abilities, and Pace, I think, thought that he'd got to the next level, but wasn't quite there yet. I think that's how it goes.
Nope, did not work out. Genji is gonna not be able to get anything, or not even anything invested there from Viper and Live. They're both completely fine. It's a big team fight ultimate gone now. And I'm looking at Chovy's third item because, as mentioned, I do think itemizing Amara is very hard for the opposing team. And he is already very fed.
Yeah, I think Deathcap into Void Staff is still probably fine.
Look at that big ward. They know this is happening.
And is it Crescendum next here for Pace? Because that would mean that this Baron will just explode. Does have a bit of, yeah, a lot of ammo to get through. And so it looks like the Baron is not going to be flipped. I'd recommend that, as flipping the game at this stage is probably not what you want. Quick plates going to just be completed here by Viper. Zeka not going to get hit by the chains. That is very, very helpful. But you can see this side lane being controlled by Chovy, putting that pressure on King and trying to do the same thing here towards the bottom lane. Does have his Black Cleaver and Trinity Force both done. Still gives me the heebie-jeebies looking at Black Cleaver and Trinity Force together.
Why?
Because it used to be redundant.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just something inside of you.
Yeah.
No!
And I know it's not the same anymore. But double Pahage, you know, used to make me very sad. Anyway, it's a bit of an aside. I think I've spoken about that too much.
Nothing.
That's like a grandpa, just it's time to go to bed type situation.
Yeah. Nothing that really resonates with me like the triple lifeline.
Good stuff.
And Pace going for Lord Dom's third here. I'm also, if I remember correctly, both of these AD carries did in fact go cut down, which is nice.
Hey.
Yeah, because there's a lot of health and a lot of tankiness on the enemy team as Genji is just going to get an inner.
Well, they're going to look for it. They might also get a king in, as they don't, but they do get the inner, like you were talking about. Zeka going to complete his Seraph's Embrace, but that means that he's not here to help defend. Peanut looking to move back towards the Baron once again. And I actually kind of like that. If you've got a split-pushing Cassante, bring someone over that can do damage when you get to the turret.
That can help him actually take it down.
Yeah.
Peanut's just going in.
Yeah, he's just walking towards them. Chovy going to come on over as well. Make sure that this inner turret goes down also. And Kingen looking for that flank angle, but he's just going to call it, move towards that top side to try and answer the minion wave. And Gen G collect themselves so much map control and then move back towards the Baron and to Fog of War as that minion auto attack just continuing forever.
And if we get to like Supreme late game, I think the Hanwha Life composition can always get it done. We know Viper with an AD carry with as much team fighting power as this is incredible. But I think they're going to lose the game because on this spike. Because right now we have Cleaver for Peanut, who isn't the main point, but at least he gets a second item. Has had a rough game here. But most notably Chovy, I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but he's been sitting on these double rods for a fair amount of time. And if he's 16 and he has Rabas, while Pays also just finished his Lord Doms,
that's a big spike.
Yeah, I don't think he gets a fight for Nash. He is very far off of 16, so I don't think he'll hit that. But even just getting Death Cap will be humongous here.
And also they're kind of bleeding Hanwha Life Esports out of any resources right now.
It's LeBlanc with Banshees, right? It's so hard to collapse on the trying though.
Yeah, and Clid throwing an ultimate to Narnia is not really going to get it done. Cease and desist coming through here as Gragas trying to keep himself alive as Pays just going to destroy him. Kingen not going to offer too much back there as we get a zoom, optimistic zoom there from Jonas Strong, but we still get a zoom anyway. So the hook is going to go moderately wide. As Nah comes through, connects onto the Cassante, as Doran is just not exactly too worried about a turret. And in fact, just bring him over, predicts it, as he can walk through the base gate, but still, Pace just does so much damage. Presses Q with that Infernum and feels real good about it. And now the inhibitor turret is going to be taken down. Hanwha, you're going to have to try and look for a fight at some point. And needs to be while you have players that are alive.
I think we just saw why Hanwha Life was permabanning Aphelios. It wasn't actually about pace. It was about making sure that the light doesn't play fresh. Because, my God, man. What a masterclass here from the Gen G bot lane.
No one tell Gen G that you can also play Jinx Thresh and it's fine.
Hey, it's not the same, Atlas. It's not as powerful.
As Zeka, here in this mid lane, clearing out waves, they will be able to take
Genji's ready for this.
Soul Point. And Hanwha, last-ditch effort. Move on over to the Baron. And if they can establish themselves, there is a possibility something could happen, but this is a haymaker.
It's a Hail Mary. All or nothing here.
Yeah, Chovy still has that Banshees as Moonlight Vigil connects. Are they tanking up? Pace just dives forward. He's burning down, and Viper will secure the kill. It's a zoning Gnar ultimate, and Viper is now dead. Great knockups are going to come in, but Chovy is still alive, and no one is touching him. He can just do whatever he wants. Life is hiding as best he can. It's a horror movie for this Rakan as Chovy is just walking past him. He'll connect the chains, and goodbye Life. He says, oh, I missed you, buddy, from last year, but I'm sorry, I'm going to have to put you in the death chamber for a while I win this game.
And that is going to be it here. Gen G, yeah, they drop game number 3, but game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Completely decimating Hanwha Life here in this final game, Atlas.
Obliteration once again, and this time it was back to how they won the first 2 games, and that was with a better game plan. As Viper going to be taken out, he does take Delight with him, and this is not the end for Hanwha Life Esports. They will be now down in the lower bracket to face off against KT next week.
And maybe that is where we will see the Hanwha Life we saw in the series against D+. But today, Gen G it took a Pantheon support for them to lose, and it wasn't Hanwha's. Really incredibly well performed here. I think this final game in particular really solidifying kind of the overall tale of this series. It's of Delight, it's a Pace, who gets so much resources from the rest of the team. And
no,
then
they didn't. They got them from Hanwha Life Esports as turrets. That's where they got the resources.
Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Man. Doran is just, yeah. It's just there.
I had a good time. You guys aren't thinking about the dive from earlier on or anything like that. It's fine. Everything going A-OK. And Gen G booking themselves a summer final rematch against T1 in the winners final. That is going to be a very interesting one, mainly based on what we saw from this series. And that was very well executed clean play from Gen G and game plans that looked extremely well practiced. And if they can actually make those work against a T1 that went to 5 games against KT in what was chaotic at best, right? If they can play to their game during that series, I'll be very, very impressed. And it will mean,
man,
whoever wins that series goes to MSI.
That is going to be an incredible series. I'm just, you know, I've been following Pace for the last year, and if you told me that this was the performance he'd have in his first LCK Best of 5, man, I'd be surprised. They're looking good. Doran, also a player that I think deserves a lot of credit. Yeah, that early dive wasn't great, but the consistency that he brings, and even though we saw some glimpses of the Doran of old, right, who went for plays that he shouldn't have gone for, I think still is a big part of what makes his roster work. Peanut doing kind of the opposite of scaling in this series. Both his game 3 and 4 were not necessarily amazing, but he got the early leads, obviously having an incredible game as well when Chovy was on the Lissandra. And Chovy is another example. Like, there's so many things to talk about with Gen G because we didn't talk about him that much this game, but he was also, I'm sure when we see the damage charts, he's going to be very high up because the consistent amount of harass that he was able to find was very, very impressive.
And I think this was the game-losing play.
Yep, I agree.
This was where Hanwha sort of ran out of the control that they had in that moment. They were very slightly hanging onto the edge, and this is where they kind of fell down. The double kill on top of the like billions of plates that Paze was eating around the map really did spell the end. Not out of it just yet. Another opportunity for Hanwha. The Gen G, they are through to that winners final with so many opportunities to head towards Jamshil for the final of spring this year and be one of the teams to go to MSI. Still, no one confirmed just yet. Still 4 teams with the opportunity to get there. 2 of them with some lifelines as well.
And we also need to remember that even though they weren't able to win, up until the point where Peanut made that unfortunate face check, Gen G is one of the few teams that actually have been able, in the regular season, obviously after KT yesterday, we can add another one to the list, but they were one of the few teams that was able to stand up to T1, which in of itself I think is a huge achievement with how good and consistent they were. And for Hanwha Life, I don't think that today was reminiscent of their best showing, like we saw when they played against D+, but there are a lot of things that they need to fix when they go up against KT, because if you have early games like this, that means it's a Lahan's playground, and you can't allow that. Not against KT in its current form.
No, I don't think so, especially with what we saw. KT is, oh man.
Yeah,
Zeka really not having a great one in this final game, but Chovy, massive damage. He was your POG, right?
No.
Oh.
Who do you think I went for?
Oh. Well,
it was Delight.
I hope that he can be saved by my boys in media. I mean, Delight was fantastic, but
those hooks were too good, man.
No, he was absolutely amazing, and I think Delight probably deserves it this time around as well. It is time to throw it over to the space, though, and see what they thought about the Gen G victory.
Thank you, casters, for your awesome casts on the day. That is the Gen G 3-1 victory. They will move to the upper side of the bracket to face off against T1 in the winners match. That's going to be very hype. Humble Life will have another chance here against KT. Guys, what do you think about this draft and this game?
Bit of a Hanwha leaf in the wind in this one. As we are just going to prioritize Xayah every time, aren't we? We're just going to do that. Viper's a very good Xayah player. But you're walking into what could have been, by the way, the Aphelios Thresh and Vi Ahri. They opted into the LeBlanc instead, which functioned similarly, but like it could have been even stronger, I think, what Gen.G could have actually played here. And yeah, you're worried maybe Lissandra comes out, I guess, if you commit that hard to this, but I feel like Gen.G had a great draft here. They were like, yeah, I don't care if you ban this area, it doesn't matter. We were trying to set up for that first pick, you ban it, we have another option ready.
What I really like as well is when the Vi LeBlanc came in, it felt like before that, Hanwha Life was setting up for like Yasuo pick. We're kind of talking about it. They had the Gragas, they had the Sejuani and the Rakan. It's kind of similar to the comp they had against D+. But then when you see Vi LeBlanc, it's like, I ain't playing Yasuo into that. So they end up flexing the Gragas to mid and bringing out the Gnar, but it felt like Zeka was super uncomfortable on the Gragas, and it wasn't a fun matchup. Like, it was a really free lane for LeBlanc just to dictate. So I like how they pivoted that, because I feel like if there was a scenario where the Yasuo would have been good, Hanwha Life could have done far better in this game.
Absolutely. You know, I was just kind of a sucker for the Chovy LeBlanc, for the Zeka Yone. You know, these two guys are so incredibly mechanically skilled. And, you know, we see this all the time, like in Twitch chat or, you know, like, why aren't they just giving them the carries and stuff? But actually in this series, I was like, actually, those were the two mid performances I enjoyed the most. So, very happy to see Chovy on LeBlanc. Unfortunately, he probably will be robbed, but maybe Media's got our back there on the Chovy vote. Let's take a look at the first highlight here, as there were a lot of plates that were taken, guys.
So, Crescendum it allows you to take plates very quickly if you stand next to the turret, and that is what Aphelios is going to do, while also making strange sounds in this replay. And every time he was left with space here in these lanes, he just crushed these plates with the Crescendum, like we see here. It's a strategy we've seen a lot where you are able to swap your Aphelios to another lane, and if you do it quickly enough with enough tempo, like the Gen.G had in this game, you can get a massive amount of gold. As plates fell at 14 minutes, he was 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent at a 0-0-0 kill score.
Yeah, and I think especially since it's Xayah into the Aphelios, it's really hard for it to ever walk up against a fed Aphelios, because he's normally going like items like BT and stuff that mean if you try and walk into his space, you just don't deal enough damage and he'll just shred you down. So I like the way they set up for that. Often Gen.G do give a lot of gold to Pays, and that put him in a really comfortable position in this game, and from there on it just felt like smooth sailing.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like Gen.G didn't have to do anything incredible in these drafts in this best of 5. They didn't reveal too much other than the fact that, like, Pays can play other stuff that's not Zeri every single game. You can ban it, and he will play the Aphelios Thresh. He will play Ziggs that one time. He will have these other picks that he can pull out.
Pantheon?
Yeah.
Fine.
Forgot about that one. Either way, let's go into the second highlight, which was this fight in mid, which pretty much sealed the deal. And after this is, I think, where Chovy got a lot of his damage.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the power of the Thresh, right? Lanterns the Aphelios into a more comfortable position, lands the Death Sentence there, and then the rest of the team are positioned to try and find the engage. And I think, you know, the way Hanwha managed to win against T+, a lot of team comps are about just big team fights, planning the engage in the backline. It's so hard to do against this Thresh, and Delight was paladin so well. And I feel like at this point, they already had a big lead going in, but they came off this fight with like a 5,000 gold lead, and it just felt like the game was done from there.
You get the mid turret as well with the LeBlanc. You have so much more space on the map. You can threaten a lot harder. You can get that deep vision up. It becomes so difficult to play the game. I'm going to be honest. I feel like HLE, they have some really strong comfort picks they're relying on here. And I think T1 ended up playing against someone they played in regular season, kind of messing up some of those fights because they weren't really aware of the team composition and what its strengths were. I think the same thing happened to D+ in the first round of playoffs here. Gen.G just kind of didn't walk into their traps, had a better preparation going into the series in terms of draft, and didn't walk into any bad fights. You know, obviously the Game 3 draft was a little bit weird, but beyond that, I think they were the stronger team, and I think HLE looked very exposed in this series. Yeah. You know, I think we said that D+ Kia losing that one felt like more like they were losing it more than HLE was winning, and this time around, like, Gen.G, the better team, clearly, and very concerned for what Hanwha Life Esports are going to look like for the rest of the playoffs.
Especially since going up against KT, obviously looked so good in this series against T1, and the fact that KT can just look at this series and it's like pretty clear evidence of how to deal with Hanwha Live. So I think it's definitely going to be Super KT favored and a big upset if Hanwha Live are going to come out in that one.
Yeah, and I actually think, especially after seeing Game 4 now, I think unironically, Gen.G were actually just trying some crazy stuff in Game 3. They're like, we are so far ahead of these guys. Let's play this crazy thing. Delight, you've been practicing the Pantheon. Maybe we can flex it. Like, they didn't have to do that.
No,
they
I know
just
what happened is that Wolf predicted 3-1. And he was like, hey,
so did I,
Gen.G, how was that here?
3-1 Andes rise up!
Yeah! The Andes strong together. It is going to be pretty interesting to see who the POG is for this one, so let's see who does pick it up. It will be Delight.
Yep, Chovy robbed again.
3 games in a row where I
Got
feel
him
like
again.
Chovy was like the second option. I think in all three games they won, you could say that. But I feel like Delight really deserved this. Set up a load of picks with the Thresh. He was there to reposition in moments like this to keep it safe. But the death sentences just felt so consistent. With the changes to Thresh, where it is now Q max, where you do get such a low cooldown, if you're constantly hitting those Qs, you're getting so much value in the team fights.
Yeah, he just played extremely well from start to finish, and there was never really a moment where we had to talk about like Lantern play or anything like that, because there were never really anyone in danger here on the side of Gen.G. It was so rare.
Oh, this was sick.
Oh, this is so sick. And yeah, I mean, he's just so consistent on this pick. He's got such a wide champion pool. Similar to Life, you know, the support he's replaced, and 8 out of 11 here. Chovy only picking up the Chinese vote. Actually, some votes for Pays. Interesting.
I mean, he was one of our highlights, right? Like, he got a lot of plates, so that was very well done.
Killed those plates well.
He got so many. He got more plates than anyone else. Like, that was a big thing. Jokes aside, I mean, his team fights were pretty good. Like, I felt like sometimes he was too aggressive, where he's like, I'm just gonna jump in because I'm so far ahead. But
I think it was that Baron fight where he like went in first and died and gave her a massive shutdown. I think that kind of maybe made people think of it.
He's so tanky though. I mean, come on, who can blame him? He absorbed so much damage in that fight.
Yeah, it was fun.
Probably like second highest damage taken. Like, that's really good, you know? Like, as an Aphelios.
I want to see Hanwha Life Esports take this time before their next matchup against KT and really hone in on the drafting and
have a week
working on Zeka's champion pool, because he looks amazing on certain picks, even if he doesn't know how the ult works. On other picks, like you mentioned, looks super uncomfortable, right? And
yeah.
I feel like this has been a huge weak point for Hanwha Life Esports all season long, but now it's time to like really figure this out, or your tournament may end in your next best of 5.
Yeah, could definitely happen. They're going to have to shore a bunch of things up. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the post-game interview translation. You're here joined by Gen.G after their win against Hanwha Life Esports. Please welcome Doran, Peanut, Chovy, Pays, and Delight. Congratulations on the win.
네, 먼저 도란 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 네, 도란 선수
3대1로
승리를 하셨습니다.
How do you feel about 3-1 victory, advancing to the third round of the playoffs, the upper bracket? Well, top lane was a little bit rough today, but my teammates did a fantastic job. Even we got a bit of a clean win, so it feels amazing. And you were playing up against King, the big game hunter. What did you prepare in order to go up against such a clutch player? So I looked into the top lane matchup. You know, I wanted to really pay a lot of attention to the champion matchups, and also after the pick and ban, I just did my best with the given situation. And Doran, throughout today's series, you were actually blind picking top lane for most of the times. Were you not pressured going into a potential counter matchup? I was during the pick and ban, but after it was over, not really. And everything was looking pretty decent, so I was actually having a very comfortable time in the laning phase. Now, your lane opponent will be Zeus, waiting for you in the upper bracket. What is your mindset for the top lane matchup? We lost to them every single time in the regular season, so I really want to get my revenge. Now, let's hear from Peanut. You guys did drop a game, but still you guys were able to get a very solid win over Hanwha Life. What was the key to this victory? To put it simple, I think we prepped better than them, and also we played better, and our performance was stronger. And I think we were on a better condition today, better, feeling a lot better than Hana Life, so we were able to get the win today. Score also mentioned that you guys were having a good scrim result. Were you having some good feelings about this outcome today too? Yeah, I mean, our scrim did go pretty well. I think we were actually started to have kind of uprise momentum starting from the second round of the regular season. And then as we had some good results in scrims, we were able to, be confident. Especially Genji kind of showed off how strong you guys are on the top side of the map. How are your teamwork with top laner and your mid laner? I think, yeah, we kind of outclassed them today, for sure. And we got lucky. But I'm not saying we wrecked them. I just think we got lucky. And now it's a rematch between T1 and Genji. Any message over to the T1 players or the team? So in the first round of the regular season, we got 2-0, and then in the second round it was 2-1 loss actually. We were starting off the new season with a new roster, so I think this is our time to become even stronger and put up a great fight up against T1, so we will do our best against them. Chobi, congratulations on the win. How do you feel advancing to the upper bracket? Well, to be honest, I'm happy with how we played today. So my main focus is our performance rather than the fact that we actually advanced to the upper bracket. So T1 picked KT Roaster as their opponent, so you guys got to play up against Hana Life. So what did you think about this matchup, and what was your main goal or your plan going up against Hana Life? Well, nothing special came to my mind after the matchup was decided, and watching yesterday's series, I was like, both teams actually look really strong. Chobi, you are also able to pop off today with even improved performance. The Chavi call out from Huni happened so many times today. How was playing up against Zeka today? We had a lot of actually matches previously in the regular season as well. We know very well about each other. I think I prepped a little bit better than him, and it worked well. Then what are you gonna focus on going up against T1 in the upper bracket in terms of preparation? I think T1, obviously they are a very strong team, and also their players are really talented, and I think Faker is the centerpiece, so I really have to work hard in order to put up a great fight into them. Paze, you were awarded for the All LCK third team on your debut season. How do you feel? I was not expecting that, And then I was so surprised and happy. Paze, this is your first ever LCK playoffs, and it was a great start to your career. How was your first best of 5 series in the LCK? How did it go? We were playing at Lowell Park, so it was same as usual. Paze not feeling any stage jitter, playing the playoffs in the LCK for the first time, and people call you Genji as the big game hunter. And you guys are now advancing to the upper bracket. Do you think you get even stronger on stage? Well, we only played one best of 5, so we'll have to wait and see. And Paze, I think Zeri has become one of your signature picks, and you blind picked Zeri in game number 1, and also Hana Life decided to remove that away from you. Did you think that Zeri would become the core of the bottom lane pick and ban? Well, yeah, apparently I'm pretty confident in Zeri, and also Viper is also good at Zeri too. So we just decided to both just ban Zeri when we get the chance. Then what do you want to prove in the upper bracket? up against T1.
바텀이 좀 중요할 것 같아서
I think bot lane will definitely become the key matchup, so I hope we can showcase that we can actually win lane up against T1's bottom duo.
자, 이어서 딜라이트 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 딜라이트 선수, 이변의 주인공이었던 하나생명을
And Delight,
승리를
were you expecting this much of a clean win up against Hana Life, who just made an upset? I believe every team playing at playoffs, so like we never know what's gonna happen, to be honest.
패배하기는 했지만 또 3세트에서는
We had Pantheon support in Game 3. Was that something you guys prepare for the playoffs? Yeah, we were practicing it, and we wanted to try out today.
보니까 어떠셨나요?
How was it? How did it turn out? I don't know. I think it's good, and then I think it's bad.
또볼수 있을지 궁금한데요.
Will you play it one more time? I mean, if we get a chance, maybe. It's pretty viable.
경기에서는 승리하는 서포 판테온을 기대해 보겠습니다.
Next time, maybe we'll be able to see Pantheon getting a win from Delight. These days, FaZe and Delight bottom duo are just ramping up, and you want a POG on Thresh as well. Do you feel the same? Yeah, I think we improved a lot by playing together for about a season now. Our teamwork is getting there, and if we keep up the good work, we'll be able to become even stronger. Now you're gonna fight up against T1 for your ticket to the finals. We lost to them twice in the regular season, so this time around, I wish we can get the win. Peanut, before we go, any last message over to all the fans out there? Thanks to your support, we were able to showcase a great performance today and also get a win. Thank you so much for coming today. It really helped us a lot. I really appreciate it. I wish to see you guys again in the next and potential the next series as well. And this will be the end of the interview from the Gen.G players after their win up against Hana Life Esports. And I'm going to pass it back to Valdez, Ox, and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket now that we do have the victory. First, the match result, of course, because we do need to show that Gen.G, with the 3-1 victory, and the one game that they lost.
Yeah, a little bit of fooling around in that third game draft. I think the Varus Ashe, they were afraid of it, then they wanted to cook a little bit. But yeah, some...
Andy's on top again.
Yeah, look at that. Myself and Valdez, exactly correct. Everyone else is like highlighted, but Lars is highlighted even more.
Yeah.
Ji-sun didn't Comic Sans me this time.
Yeah, close. I'll bring it back.
Yeah. Well, we do have a playoff bracket as well. If you guys were a little bit confused, we do have the winner match, the upper bracket between T1 and Gen.G. That is next Saturday. And then, of course, KT versus Hana Life Esports in the lower bracket there. Whoever loses that match will be out of the playoffs, so that is a big matchup here, whereas this one should be a very fun and competitive series.
And we'll be at 3 p.m., same starting time as today and yesterday. So see if Gen.G can upset T1. You know, they did win against them in the summer finals last season. It's pretty interesting to see, but right now T1 looking to be on another level.
I do think it's a bit hard to judge, though, because we haven't really seen Gen.G tested today, and T1 obviously were quite heavily tested yesterday, so it's hard to scope exactly. Based on what we saw in the regular season, T1 should still be ahead, but I mean, we've had a crazy playoff so far.
We're just on top of the KT roller coaster for now, and we won't know until we go down. But either way, guys, we are done here for today. Quick 3-1 for Gen.G tonight. We'll see what they can do up against T1 next week. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week for more of the playoffs.
Yeah. set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling.
Snowball you, finally! Baker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.
And they will be your second place team skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.